Test, test, 1, 2. Hey, how's it going? Been busy. To be fair, I was live like 3 days ago. Or 2 days ago. I don't know.
Вільні народи вільної країни. Ми повинні боротися, і ми переможемо. Слава Україні! Кохайтеся чорнобриві та не з москалями, з одеситами кохайтеся з сірківчанами, кохайтеся з вів'янами.
Not very hopeful post. Not very hopeful. How's it going, everyone? Howdy, hello, hello. Where's the piece of... Got a question about USMC fast teams. What about them? See if I can help you out there. Five, six. Okay. Friend of mine made them sound high speed. They are high speed. They are indeed high speed. I the long-range missiles already in Ukraine. Depends on which ones you're talking about. How hard is it to get on a fast team? Pretty difficult. Recon difficult? Probably about that. Probably about as difficult as Recon. Golda, hang on just a second. I'm tabbed out in another... I see your request. I'm tabbed out in another program real quick, though. You sent me the flags? I didn't see you sent it to me. Oh, you fixed it? Oh, perfect. If my computer would not suck right now. Hang on. Okay, computer. If the computer will let me save. Save as. There we go. Let's see. My light is really light? What does that mean? Let's see. There we go. Fixed it. Thank you, Golda. Much better, Golda. Thank you.
You can't hear music when you're up here.
Yeah, it shuts it off so you don't get an echo. I just paused it just now that you came up, but yeah, when you guys are up here, you can't hear the audio that I'm playing unless I change up my mic setup, so that you don't accidentally get an echo with it with the crowd.
Okay.
Yeah, it was a good song though.
It was a good song. Don't know how the hell to pronounce the name, but it's a good song.
How you doing, Sam?
Tired. Been 3D
Why
printing
so?
and building a lot of stuff. Like my night last night was I got home from the protest and then
Oh, how'd it
fell
go?
asleep. Nobody would talk to me.
Really?
Would not talk to anyone with a camera. I got a lot of videos of them chanting some really disgusting things, and the amount of children, like actual infants, at this thing really was disturbing to me. Like, people genuinely were bringing their infant children to this. But yeah, I got home. I fell asleep on the floor for like 3 hours, and then I got up, and from around midnight to 7 a.m. was me trying to fix my 3D printer because I was having a bunch of issues where it wasn't working right, and I finally fixed it. It was dude, it was literally 3 loose screws. That was it. And I wasted so much film in trying to figure it out and test it. But now I have stuff like this.
Wait, what is that? What is that?
This is a training, not real, training landmine.
It's a landmine.
These are going to Ukrainian soldiers to help with landmine identification and defusal. So, like, I don't think I have a full CO2 tank with me, but you would pull this. So this would be a tripwire, and you would set it off, and it would set off the CO2 tank, and it's got a little outlet here for it to shoot the air out. So it's a visual and an audio cue that you were an idiot.
Oh,
And
hey,
it's-
you fixed the flags.
Yeah, Golda fixed them for me, and dude, the AI did not want to cooperate. Yeah, like you set them off with these little 12 and 8 gram CO2 tanks, so you can buy those at the store for a couple cents, and then use them as couple pennies each. Like they're very cheap. You can get like a 40 pack of them for like $15.
Oh, okay.
And then even in Ukraine, they're really cheap, so they can do that. They can once I 3D print them, I gotta pack them all into a box and then send them on their way.
Okay. That's cool.
Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of fun. What's up, Golda?
Guys, I see 9 people in here. Can everybody tap, tap, tap? Let's get Sam up to 5K.
Oh, my shit's destroyed.
Yeah, but we can work on it anyway, right? Everyone smack Sam in the face.
Yeah, that.
What are you doing?
I'm just tired.
No, this is a new, well, it's a backup account, right?
This was my backup account. Now it's my main, and it goes in and out of shadow bans. I've got a bunch of videos that like hit 200 views, and then they just die. And then I've got some that like get 1,000 views, and then they just die. It's really weird.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think Nick's gonna be closing soon. You might get a influx.
Yeah. Nick closes his labs around this time.
Whatever.
Yeah, whatever.
Let's see. Why is this not the same height? Oh no. Did I mess that up? That should be the same height. Oh no. Let's see here. A little bit of extra space. Okay, yeah, that works. Okay, I wonder how many numpties will get triggered tonight. I don't know. We haven't had many lately. So.
Are you doing the YouTube stream too?
Yeah, we are live on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter.
That's cool.
How much
Yeah.
response do you get there?
I get like 60 viewers on Twitter, but they just kind of sit there. They don't really do anything. They kind of just sit there and just, they're there. Okay, discard that. Okay. Text messages. Text. Oh, it's just Telegram. Telegram. Also, I've got a Telegram or a Dropbox channel that everyone's going to be able to use publicly, by the way. So, like, all the sources we use for everything, like everything that's in the library channel that you might know of, Golda, pretty much everything that we use, period, is going to be in there. And it's going to be a
Okay.
publicly available Dropbox. I'm paying for it. There's a couple gigs of storage. So, hopefully, it ends up working out and just people want to share it around and use it.
You should
What-
have everyone like donate $1.
I don't usually take. Oh, thank you for joining the team. I don't usually take donations for stuff. Like even for my 3D printing stuff, I'm not taking like cash donate. Oh, I'm not taking cash donations for it. It's all just free. Oh God, what did I do here?
Well, that's awesome. That's really nice of you, Sam.
We just got another shipment of 3D printer filament in today, from a Stephanie. So Stephanie, if you're watching, thank you for this. This color works great too. For some reason, this color, the Army Dark Green, works out really well when printing the training lines. I don't know why. It works a lot better with the support structure on the 3D printer. So for those wondering what we print, we print stuff for Ukrainian soldiers in Ukraine. So right now we are 3D printing training, and I cannot stress this enough, training landmines. These are not real. These are for training purposes, for identification and for defusal practice. So there's all kinds of different kinds of mines, stuff like this, and they go off with a little CO2 cartridge inside. 12-gram CO2 cartridge. So, like for something like this is a Palm 2 landmine. It comes out with a little parachute and it lays flat on the ground like this, and then it's got a tripwire that shoots out in 4 different directions. So you would just pull this, and it would set off the CO2 cartridge. So if you guys want to help out and donate to be able to 3D print stuff like that, I ship them to Ukraine for free on my own. I pay for all the shipping. I pay for all the time and the labor and stuff. I've been 3D modeling this stuff from scratch, taking dimensions from guys in Ukraine, just taking dimensions from photos and stuff. A lot of my time the last few weeks has literally been creating 3D models to print these things out. But if you guys want to help out and you guys want to donate 3D printer filament, you don't have to send me cash, but you can. The links are in my link tree in my bio. But there's an Amazon wishlist link on there for 3D printing supplies, where you can just send me a spool of 3D printer filament. It comes in, it's like military colors that we're using. We're also trying to transition into where I'm 3D printing drone frames for FPV drone teams. What's my opinion on Zelensky? I like the dude. Wish I'd gotten to meet him. I thought tripwire booms were now illegal. No. There's specific kinds of like gentlemen's agreements for specific kinds of mines. And they help those boys get the knowledge needed to fight. Yeah, so like if anyone knows who 3rd Assault Brigade is, that's who this first order is going to. They requested this stuff. They knew I did this kind of stuff. So my boys in 3rd Assault Brigade hit me up. They're like, hey, my commanders want to know if you could do this. Sure. Yep. On it. Also, I used to work for a team called Trident Defense Initiative, where we train Ukrainian soldiers for free. We trained over 15,000 Ukrainian soldiers who've been instrumental in multiple battles on the front lines of Ukraine. So different units sign up. It's completely free to those units. We don't get paid anything. It's all voluntary for the guys that work there. And different units sign up and go through the training with us and then get sent to the front lines. So Trident Defense Initiative has also asked if they could get some of these. So we're going to be printing a couple of those. If you guys know who Civ Div is on YouTube, I worked with him. He's one of my boys. He used to also work at Trident Defense Initiative. I don't at all, based off what he did in my Parliament building. What did he do in your Parliament? Oh, are you Canadian? Yeah, I don't agree with that either. That was fucking weird. What do you think about Zelensky persecuting Orthodox Church that is part of Russia? I don't like it. Well, considering that the Orthodox Church that was banned in Ukraine was run by the Russian government, and the priests were literally preaching for Ukrainian genocide, and they were actively giving away bombing locations, like giving away the locations of Ukrainian troops. Fuck them. They are literally an asset of the Russian government. Now,
that's not very Christian.
Yeah, no, it's not very Christian at all. So, like, there's 2 different churches in Ukraine for Christianity. The main ones. There's the Orthodox Church of Ukraine, and then there's the Ukrainian Orthodox Church. I can't remember which one is which, but one of them is literally directly owned and run by Russia.
That's not confusing at all.
Yeah, no, it's funny though. I think it's only like 5% of Ukrainians use that one. Let's see. Oh, what's up?
Well, I don't know. I mean, like, for example, like, Bishop Anuphrian, I don't know if you know him, but he's being persecuted, and I don't really like that.
So, but we're talking about the church thing in general first. Would you agree that a church run by your enemy in an act of war that is actively preaching for your people's genocide and actively giving away the locations of your soldiers to your enemy, do you think that should be allowed?
No, but I don't think you should ban it.
Why? If every time you let them do anything, they get like, for example, the Mariupol theater bombing, where 600 women and children were alive, where there were no soldiers and no men, that was given up as a bombing location by the church, the priest of that church, who told the Russian military there were soldiers in there. 600 women and children died.
Which priest did this?
Let's see if they actually got his name. Hang on.
Because like I am an Orthodox Christian, you know, so it's like
Again, the Orthodox Christian Church isn't banned in Ukraine. It was just the one run by the Russian government. That was it.
yeah, but the one that's in like according to our like doctrine, like the one that's not banned in Ukraine is a schismatic church, and they're like a fake Orthodox church that doesn't have like canonical authority at all, because like they're not under by our standards of the ecumenical patriarchate.
Yeah, the Pope
under.
favors the Russian-run one, and that's about it. That's the only reason. The Pope favors the Russian-run church, even though they're exactly the same.
Pope Francis?
Is that who's the Pope right now? Yeah. So the Pope.
We don't have a Pope in the
What's his
Orthodox
name?
Church.
The reason it's considered is because the Pope favors the Russian one. Who's the Pope right now? Who is the Pope?
Pope Francis.
Yeah, it is Pope
Francis.
Francis. Hang on.
we don't have
Orthodox
popes,
Church of Ukraine. Hang on. So
Sorry.
Ukrainian Orthodox Church. So the reason it's considered illegitimate though is because the Pope criticized it. Doesn't matter if it doesn't matter if he's not your Pope. The Pope
Francis
criticized
doesn't
it. Yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if he's not. I'm saying like he doesn't really have any authority over it. But the fact that he criticized it and claimed it's not legitimate meant that like everyone else in the religious world went, yeah, that makes sense. Didn't look into it at all. They were just like, yeah, that makes sense. Pope doesn't like it. It's like, what the fuck?
No,
that doesn't mean anything.
Sam, we don't have a pope in the Orthodox Church. They schismed from the Moscow Patriarchate, so then they're not valid because they don't have any other patriarchal approval.
I don't.
Like religiously.
I don't think you're hearing what I'm saying. I'm saying that it doesn't matter because the fact of the Pope talking shit about this church is what caused the rest of the religious world, the rest of the Christian and the Orthodox world to look at that church and go, yeah, they're not valid. The Pope said so.
No, the Pope, dude, we don't have popes in the Orthodox Church, bro. That's the Catholic
Are you
Church.
not listening to what I'm saying, though? It
What
doesn't
Pope are you-
matter that the Pope is not part of that church. The Pope looked at that church and said, you are not legitimate. The rest of the Orthodox world went, yeah, he's probably right. It doesn't matter that he's not associated. They looked at what he said and went, well, he's probably right. Again, the only church that was banned was the church run specifically by Russian priests who were preaching for Ukrainian genocide within Ukraine and giving up Ukrainian bombing targets. They were giving up military locations, locations of ammunition storage, and frontline positions. Like, you can't allow that. And again, I think it was like less than 5% of the Ukrainian population used that church. They're still free to go to the other Orthodox church. Like, yeah, like someone in the chat said, they were literally committing espionage. Like, that's illegal. If every time I allow you to do something, you break the law, then you're just not going to be allowed to do that. The Ukrainian, or what's the, God damn it, which one is which? Orthodox Church of Ukraine.
Well, there's a difference between OCU and UOCMP. That's the
Yeah, I
problem.
can't remember which one is which right now, but the one that's Ukrainian and not run by Russia, that one runs just fine. No one gives a shit. Most Ukrainians use that one. But again, when you have stuff like when you have Russian Orthodox priests running the show, you get stuff like this. You get stuff like this. Hang on. Yeah. 600 dead in Mariupol theater airstrike. Let's see if we can pull the photos up. This was the theater beforehand. Outside, they had actually spray painted on the floor and painted out children, that there were children inside. Yeah, now it's just gone. Oh, God, no, fuck off, Associated Press. Let's see, it should shift. Yeah, that's what it looks like now on the right. Just gone. So this was a bombing target where the Russian Orthodox priest said there's soldiers in there. Like, do you understand, though? Like, if I allow someone to do something, it's like, hey, just please be nice. And they go, okay. And then, let's say you've got a friend that comes over to your house constantly, and he's chill. And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, he just starts destroying shit every time he comes over. Are you going to let that friend come over still?
No, but, like, surely there's, like, different ways other than just banning it completely. Like the MP one, the UFC.
So again, if your friend continuously breaks shit at your house and you constantly tell him to stop and he does not listen to you, how else do you get him to stop?
You kick him out.
There you go. Except guess what? They didn't kick them out. They just said, you know what? These churches closed. You can't do this anymore because when you are in charge and you do stuff, you preach for our people's death and you just destroy shit. Those people never all fully got kicked out. They just banned the church itself. That was it.
And they also contribute to their people's deaths also. By, as you said, giving out information and locations about the Ukrainian soldiers.
Sam, can you confirm something in the comments?
Uh-huh.
Somebody wrote, Likud in the Knesset has a bill in the works where they'll send confiscated weapons.
Oh, yeah.
to
No, that already passed.
It did?
Yeah, so confiscated weapons from Hamas and Hezbollah are going to be sent to Ukraine.
That's awesome.
Fuck you, Russia.
Yeah. Fuck you, Iran.
I mean, Israel's not going to have a need for them. What are they going to use it for?
They all came from the IRGC anyway. Now they're going to be used against the people.
Realistically, they probably came from Russia.
That's true.
Sam, the English learned that lesson the hard way before World War II. Yeah, agreed. Hi, Bracha.
Can I address Ava in the comments?
What?
Ava thought that you were an Israeli defending Christians, and when I told her that you were American, she said, "Oh, that makes sense."
Oh, I'm just some random white agnostic dude.
No, I know. But what I wanted to say, and I don't know if you didn't respond in the comments, but there are Israelis who aren't Jewish. They're Christian, Muslim, Baha'i, everything in between. And also, we as Jews we defend Christians in churches as well. So it's not just like,
Yeah, I'm just some random tap. Bob, what the fuck you mean tap Nick's forehead? Excuse me?
Yeah, tap him right in the forehead.
No, he said Nick.
Oh.
Who's Nick? Where's Nick?
Wait, that's Bob, I can't take you out of that one.
But yeah, like again, the Orthodoxy isn't banned in Ukraine. It's literally just the Russian one. Your Russian run one, because again, if you can't play nice, then you can't play here. It's pretty much it. If you can play nice, then that's fine. It's not really affecting that many Ukrainians, and those that were affected pretty much just went over to the other church.
Well, we believe religiously, like they're not like they were ordained by non-clerics, so they're not clerics. But I guess the people who did go to a Russian Orthodox church in Ukraine. That got banned, they have no other choice but to go to that one. So, I don't know.
I mean, the less than 5% of Ukrainians, well. Less than 5% of the population of 45 million people. I'm not really worried about that.
Well, most of them are. Isn't Zelensky religious?
Yeah, he's Jewish.
Really? I thought he was Orthodox.
Dude, the Russians call him Julensky. They think they say he's a Khazarian. A lot of them believe in Khazarian theory.
We we love that he's Jewish because Ukraine has a very long history of anti-Semitism. So the fact that they elected a Jewish president is, hopeful.
It's funny. I've talked to some of the guys, some of my friends that voted for him, and they're like, "Yeah, I didn't even know he was Jewish until he won." I was like, whatever.
I didn't know that.
I'm just hopeful for a less anti-Semitic future. also
Thank you,
a
ResCon in YouTube chat.
He's a total badass who's been on the front lines of this since the beginning, and I have a lot of respect for him.
Yeah, he regularly visits the front line. I missed him by like a couple days. That would have been nice to see him and meet him. Okay, do I have any opposition? Yeah. Wait, which is I don't see him in the guest request.
He's in the comments, being like, "Let me."
Wait, Big Mike, you still in here? What did you say about Sergeant Major Bull, Big Mike? Met on phrase stopped commemorating Patriarch Kirill after the invasion. Where did... Oh, wait, I gotta show the guest box so that YouTube and Twitter can see you guys.
How many viewers you got on YouTube?
I don't fucking know. Between YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch, it shows 16 people. I don't keep track of it at all.
Sam, you know what might work if you put the Iranian flag and the American flag above either side.
You know what's funny is at the protest, it totally wasn't about Jews in Dallas. They had set an Israeli flag on fire. But guess what the only part they burned out of it was?
The Star of David.
Yeah.
But it's not about Jews.
That's not about Jews.
Totally not about Jews.
Does this give us the authority now after Amsterdam to hunt them all down?
Oh, God. How does a comedian like Zelensky do better than a drama teacher like Trudeau? Well, actually, Zelensky actually does have a political background. See, the thing is, Zelensky's got multiple college degrees. He was an actor. He also owned a multi-million-dollar media company and then delved into politics. So he actually got a background in politics before, like, running for president. That's what a lot of people don't realize. They think he's just some actor. Like,
he obviously also has a sense of humor.
That too. He does make good
Oh,
jokes.
that show, I watched it. It's a good show.
But Curtis in chat, yeah, no, that thing in the Canadian Parliament was fucking weird. Especially because Zelensky's own father fought against the Aussies. Here's the weird thing that, like, Ukrainians are going to have to learn to wrestle this internally. And a lot of Ukrainians are very confused when you talk to them about it. And a lot of people don't realize it, is Ukraine has a really weird history. So pre-World War II, the last time Ukraine had interacted with Germany was World War I, right after it ended. Germany went on this little tour of let's make everyone happy and forget about what we did. One of the places they went was Ukraine. They stopped by Ukraine. They drop off a bunch of money. They build schools. They build hospitals. They're like, hey, we're your friendly neighborhood Germans. Don't just ignore what just happened. Let's just ignore that. Let's put everything behind us. If you need anything, let us know. And Ukraine was just like, fuck it, whatever, sure. Then they go through a genocide at the hands of the Soviets. They go through Holodomor, where up to 5 million Ukrainians are literally starved to death intentionally. Now, World War II comes around, and Ukraine's pretty divided. It's, do we help the Soviets, who just genocided us, just like a couple years ago? Or do we help the Germans, who have now shown up and said, hey, we know you really hate the Russians, but if you fight for us and don't ask questions, we will give you a free sovereign state. Half Ukraine goes, the Russians still sound like a better option. The other half goes, fuck yeah, free state, I'll do whatever you ask me to. There was a lot of internal conflict with Ukraine. And so you've got people like today in Ukraine that like, hey, literally anyone that was willing to fight for Ukrainian freedom, I support them. Like people who are willing to do the ultimate sacrifice. There were groups that literally flip-flopped back and forth based on who they thought was going to give Ukraine freedom. And that's what a lot of Ukrainians appreciate about some of those people in the past. But like a lot of Ukrainians don't understand the importance and the ramifications of what some of those people did. They don't understand how bad the people who took the Yahtzee side were and what the actions of some of them did. Are you saying Ukraine took sides with Germany? Yeah, a good half of Ukraine did take side with Germany. The other half took side with Russia. They were very
Wait,
split.
What was that thing about? My friend who was talking in the chat about like a parliament.
Oh
or
yeah,
something
so
like
they
that.
brought someone from the Galatian. Fuck, I can't remember what brigade, but a former SS brigade. It was a dude who was in an SS brigade. He was a Ukrainian who had signed up as like a 17-year-old. He didn't ever actually fight, but he signed up as a 17-year-old because he was willing to fight for Ukrainian freedom. And they brought him to Parliament and in Canada, and like praised him. And I was like, not the best person to praise. That probably shouldn't have done that.
Did they know he was a neo dude?
Well, he wasn't. Again, a lot of Ukraine didn't actually believe in that ideology. It was just, you promised me a free state, I'll do whatever the fuck you want me to. Like, they didn't care. It was like, you promised me freedom, I will fight for you. It was
Yeah,
it was
just
one of
the
those
fact
it was
that
one of
they
those like,
brought him-
I get it, but you probably shouldn't have done that.
Yeah,
What's up,
that
Curtis?
was brutal, dude. Like that whole situation. That's why I was so confused because that dude, like, there's when you look at actual stuff like that, like, there's a very grave difference between SS and Vermont.
Yeah.
And when you are like, even when you like, you could literally look into Canadian war crimes and learn. Like, there's so much, but there's actually a good example of it. There's actually SS members that used to disguise themselves in Vermont divisions at the end of the war, so
Yeah, they wouldn't get in trouble.
Yeah, they wouldn't get as in trouble,
that's like-
or the Canadians wouldn't kill them.
That's the weird thing about, like, again, a lot of Ukrainians don't understand why the rest of the world views something like that weird. Like, I've had friends go like, why? Like, I've had Ukrainian friends go, why is everyone upset? It's like, look, I get it. He fought for Ukrainian freedom. He was willing to give the ultimate sacrifice, no matter who he had to fight for your country's freedom. He sided with the Nazis, and they're like, but he just
Not-
wanted freedom. And it's like,
not
I
only
get
that,
I
there
get
was-
that. I get
There
that,
was a
but
Ukrainian Vermont, Sam. There was a Ukrainian Vermont
Yeah.
too. And he was in Ukrainian SS.
I
There's
know,
a
I
great-
know. What I'm saying is, well, he didn't even fight. That's the funny thing. He didn't do shit. Like, if they were gonna honor someone who fought, like, that man literally did nothing. That's the funny part. It's like, you honored a man who is some great hero for his one, siding with the Aussies, and two, not actually even fighting. But it's like, a lot of Ukrainians still, again, they don't understand. Like, when I talk to Ukrainians about Stefan Bandera, Stefan Bandera at first sided with the Nazis. They promised him a free state, said, round these people up, throw them on a train, don't ask fucking questions. They're going to go be slaves somewhere. And he went, okay. He did it. Then he found out two things. One, they lied to him about a free state. And two, he was personally responsible for the death of over 10,000 Jews. And he went, ooh. He then rose up with his group, refused to support the Nazis anymore, and tried to fight against them. They literally threw him in a concentration camp. He was willing to fight whoever it was that stood in the way of Ukrainian freedom, whether that be the Nazis or the Soviets. So, like, his group didn't care who it was. They were going to fight anyone. That's why a lot of Ukrainians like him today. They go, look, he didn't care. He was going to throw hands with God and whoever it took. But I have to explain to them, like, yes, I get that. But context and, like, the optics of it is bad. Yes, he was willing to do whatever it took and fight for Ukrainian freedom. But the fact of who he sided with is kind of bad. And they're like, yeah, but it's like, no, he still was directly responsible for the unaliving of 10,000 Jews. It's like, yeah, but I mean, he was still responsible for the unaliving of 10,000 Jews.
Exactly. And like,
Sam, was that before or after Russia switched sides?
No, it was after. Because again,
Yo, Sam, my baby brother is fucking crying again, so I gotta go take care of him.
just go smack him around a bit.
Yeah, maybe.
See if
I'll be back soon, okay?
Goodbye.
but like Sam,
Right.
even that stuff, I have
A lot of
even
people-
personal examples of stuff to like disprove arguments on that, like that they make about that dude. Like my Opa is a great example. He was a medic in the Dutch army, and when when Holland got conquered,
Mhm.
he was forced into the Vermont as a
Mhm.
medic. And so
Mhm.
when he was doing this, he was actively hiding people. He was hiding people, and he ended up meeting my Oma during that time and fled during the war.
Mm-hmm.
And that's all he really tells about me during the war, because he said before he passed away, he said it was like
Again,
awful. He said
you
he
have to
couldn't
look
tell-
at the context of Ukraine before World War II.
Exactly.
A lot of Ukrainians didn't want to live under Russia anymore. They just had 5 million of their people starved to death. They were willing to do whatever it took to get away from Russia, even if that meant unaliving a lot of other people.
They called it having to make a choice between the bear and the wolf. And it was a
Yeah.
tough choice to make.
And that's why, again, I tell my Ukrainian friends, hey, you have to take into context when you're looking at, when you're realizing how the rest of the world interacts with you. You have to look at the context of it. Again, I get Ukrainian friends who go, why are people mad that we support Bandera? And I'm like, what did he do? They're like, well, he fought for our freedom. It's like, yeah, but he did a little bit more than that. He didn't just fight for your freedom. Which, again, I understand why they support him. I understand why they hold him in high regards for what he was willing to do for the country, but he still did a lot of bad things, and a lot of Ukrainians still need to acknowledge that. And a lot of them genuinely don't even know that he was responsible for the death of 10,000 Jews. They genuinely don't know, and that blows my mind. Like, I don't know how that's not taught. They just teach it as, oh, he was willing to fight for our freedom.
I could understand why it wasn't taught.
I mean, Japan literally teaches World War II in high school as 2 sentences. Yeah, there was a war. We lost. I mean, don't ask questions.
Yeah, literally.
But, like, again, it's like people say, well, anyone who supports Bandera supports Yahtzees. It's like, well, not really. Like, just because they support him doesn't mean they support Yahtzees.
I know
Yeah,
that
it's
Poland
just the
doesn't.
uninformed people.
Poland completely hides their association.
I mean, the UPA literally fought everyone. They fought the Russians. They fought the Yahtzees. They fought internal groups. They fought fucking everyone. They were willing to throw hands with literally anyone. You're gonna tell me Ukraine's not gonna be free after this war? Okay, let's throw hands.
What's up, Mickey?
What's at
Uh,
3:30 in the morning?
007 in Twitch chat. I support Ukraine and Israel. If you're looking at the prompt. Oh wait, you can't see the. Oh yeah.
I
you can't see the
support
prompt.
Wawa. No, actually, I switched sides and I support Sheets now. Sheets is actually.
I have
bomb.
no idea what you're talking about. Also, do you see how Russia does anything possible to ruin our reputation? Can we truly trust all the disgusting things in our history? Because Russia didn't start doing that in 2014. They've been doing it throughout all our existence. Yep, that's true.
Mickey, Wawa, every time. Stop it.
No idea what you two are talking about.
Amazing.
Bro, Sheets has started adding like drive-throughs to their deli, and they have seating. Sheets is giving Wawa a run for its money, man. Like seriously,
What are you talking about?
Sheets and Wawa, dude.
It's like
The way American business was meant to compete,
it's like a convenience store that
the good of all of us,
fresh food all like 24 hours.
and good prices for deli stuff, bro. Like,
I know Ukrainians that don't even know about the Holodomor. Yeah, Toast. There's actually some Ukrainians that don't know about Holodomor because of Russian
Actually-
influence. Some of them don't know about it and they don't even believe it.
Sam, you had a question earlier from Alexei. He was asking, is it true that Ukraine is offering citizenship to people from Siberia to come fight for them?
I don't know if they're offering direct citizenship, but I know if you join the Ukrainian Foreign Legion, you get essentially like the U.S. military. You get a front of the line passive citizenship applications. It's like if I join the Ukrainian Foreign Legion and I fight for a certain amount of time, then I can apply for Ukrainian citizenship and I get a front of the line pass. Russia teaches it as a myth. Actually, so it's not just that they teach it's a myth. Ava, here's how Russia teaches Holodomor. So for those who don't know, Russia literally starved the Ukrainian people in an act of genocide where they caused, through intentional decimation of crops and produce, they had caused the unaliving of up to between 5 and 6 million Ukrainians. Russia teaches that as, oh, that's just fake. The Yahtzees made that up so that people would stop looking at the Holocaust and look at us instead.
I thought it also had to do with the weather. Like there was a huge freeze and a lot.
No, it was Russia actively went out of their way to damage the crops. But
What do you think about
Mhm.
what do you think about the Jewish Bolshevik like conspiracy?
I love that one.
Is that like some Jewish space laser stuff, or like what is that?
They basically say that the Bolsheviks were actually Jewish. Something like that. What do you think about that, Sam?
It goes in part with Khazarian theory. It's hilarious. But yeah, so they blame. So Russia teaches Holodomor in one of two ways. If they acknowledge it, which is very rare, they say that it is the weather, like you just brought up, Golda. They say that it's the weather. The other way is flat out denial. And then say, oh, the Yahtzees made that up. Again, the Yahtzees made that up to make you forget about World War II. Because Russia doesn't like talking about all the shit they did. Russia arguably killed more people than than Germany.
Yeah, because they named it Holodomor, where Holod is like freeze.
Russians try not to have a starvation problem. Like,
Speed run any percent.
yeah, for real.
Honestly, Ava, the only reason I know about it is because I read a book about it.
Wait, what? A 68-year-old pediatrician was jailed for 5.5 years for calling her patient's dead husband a legitimate target. What are you talking about? A Russian artist was in prison for 7 years for changing price tags in a supermarket to anti-war inscription. By the way, for those that don't know, if you wear a pride flag in Russia, you are considered a domestic terrorist and will go to jail.
Seriously?
Yeah, no, the any pride symbol is viewed, the pride movement is viewed as a domestic terrorist movement.
Yeah, it's not like you're not allowed to be gay there. You just can't rock the pride stuff. It's considered.
Yeah, so like the first time is like 15 days in jail, then it's like 15 months, then it's 15 years for wearing a pride flag.
What if that's not your intent?
What do
They don't
do
care.
when they wear
The
rainbows?
pride flag, it's not even just the pride flag, it's just the main example, but any of the symbols of the LGBTQ plus movement, any of them are viewed as terrorist organizations. There's support for terrorist organizations.
What do they do when they have rainbows?
They just don't have rainbows. Everything looks gray and dull in Russia anyways.
That's true.
Yeah, they don't let sarcasm be an excuse. They don't care.
Yeah, what about the Palestinian flag?
I don't know. I haven't seen anyone in Russia waving a flag, but Russia openly supports Palestine.
Yeah.
God knows. Did you tell Sam about the moon landing, bro?
Oh no.
Well,
Yeah, even the moon is Palestinian land, bro.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do a quick commercial. There's 70 people in here. Can everybody tap the live, share the live, join Sam's team? You can click that orange heart next to his name. Send some hearts, send some bracelets, and send some gifts to your favorite panelists.
So yeah, Neil Armstrong was actually
Give me
Palestinian.
coins for coffee money.
Mickey, I made it work.
Guys, let's get Sam up to at least
I
10.
need videos. Give me videos. I'm
Wait,
gonna
what
push
is
them out
that?
to
Is that for
people.
like airsoft?
No, this is a training landmine. Let me go get a CO2 tank. Hang on.
Can you even show that online?
It's
So what you're
training.
saying
This
is-
is fake and for training, military training purposes. And I'll do my little spiel on you guys being able to donate to help make these. Just 1 second.
Ugh.
How have you guys been?
Nope.
chilling, bro.
I should be sleeping. I couldn't sleep.
Yeah, for real.
Yeah, me too.
Bugsy. There's no color or joy in Russia. Rainbows, forget about it. How you
It's
doing?
gray.
Bugsy? I haven't seen you in so long. No, guys, come on. I can't hold a conversation by myself.
Okay, I'm back. You guys are boring as fuck.
Yeah, right?
I'm trying to upload this
Okay.
thing. You'll see.
Okay.
I'll send it to
So what we have here is, before we get started, if you guys want to donate to this project, you can donate me money directly, but you don't have to. I know a lot of people like transparency, so you can send the 3D printer filament spools, these things. There's an Amazon wishlist link in my link tree for 3D printing supplies for Ukraine, and I'll tell you what we were doing. Oh, thank you for the hat. These are training landmines for visual purposes, for training in identification, and for defusal practice. So, like, this a PFM1. This is a realistic 3D printed model of what a PFM1 mine looks like. You toss it in the grass and you go find it. You've also got this, which is just, it has a clicker in it, almost like a pen. So you can like hear it go off and identification training purposes. Then we have ones that activate. So instead of just your normal visual, we have ones like this, where this would all be buried, so you can't really see that this isn't the same size and shape as the normal one. But I open this up. I take this 12-gram CO2 cartridge, and I put it inside. I then proceed to screw it down and bury the landmine. Someone comes along and is supposed to be trying to find landmines, but let's say they step on it. There's a visual and audio cue that you have fucked up. Now let's take this one.
Is
What?
it a 1-to-1 scale replica?
Yeah.
Nice.
Sam, you might have someone requesting that's
Oh.
private.
Let me look. Ajax. Is it Ajax or is it the... Oh, I see Ajax now and I see Triangle.
Ajax.
Hang on, guys. Let me do this real quick. I'll let the Sam, I sent you 3.1 Bitcoin. That'd be dope. Okay, so this one, this is a different kind of landmine. This one falls with a little parachute, lands, and it's got a tripwire that goes out in 4 different directions. So let's see this canister here. I put that in. I screw this on, and I've made another version of it that's printing right now that has a pike or a stick to stick it into the ground so it actually stays in place like it normally would. But let's say you're walking along, you hit the tripwire. Oop, hang on. Damn it. Did I just put in a bad CO2 tank?
You got a guy with Abu Obeida as his profile picture trying to come up.
Okay. Well, I still got to fine tune this one, but either way. Damn it. Come on. There we go. The firing pin may have gotten dull. But yeah, you get the point. These are training models that are literally to help save lives in the future. If you guys want to help, I model these and I 3D print them by myself. I have spent countless hours taking measurements from photos and everything, doing all of this stuff from scratch. So let me in scared? What the fuck? Dude, calm down. What do you think I'm scared of?
He's like
first of
begging
all,
to come
thank
in
you
like
for
I am Resident.
obeying my commands and then letting me in.
What?
Get your fat ass up, boy.
Is this like... Is this your only joy in life?
Yeah, like, do you have an argument, bro? Yeah.
Hang on, guys. What is this like? Bob, I got it. Oh, Bob kicked him. The mods got him. Oh, well. I didn't even touch it.
Oh, I wanted to mod somebody.
Bob says, quiet, Dimmy. Bob's in charge now. Like, I don't, like... What?
Hey, Dorito, we'll let you back up if you pay the jizya.
The Juzia?
No, that's the jizya, and we short for, and we call it jizz for
Oh my
short.
God, Mickey, stop. It's
I didn't kick him.
Jizz. I will pay the
Hey,
jizz any day,
if you can-
anytime, anywhere.
Hey, what's your name? Goody or Udi, whatever the fuck your name is. If you can have a common, rational conversation, you're more than welcome to come up here. But if you're just gonna be a child for your 5 seconds of attention, then I don't know what to do with you.
Hey, Sam.
Huh?
I'm gonna send you 2 banners if you don't mind posting them to like our 2 friends recorded another podcast episode.
Oh, okay.
I'll send you their stuff.
Okay.
I'll get the word out in a minute.
Russian man who burned the Quran was beaten in prison. Someone said a Russian man who burned the Quran was beaten in prison and sentenced to death for treason. What? When was that? Russian government supported Palestine because Muslim Republic, Chechnya, and Dagestan. Yeah, Dagestan is super Muslim.
Yeah, isn't that where they went hunting for Jews twice?
Yep.
Yeah. Taz, is this coming from an American standpoint? What do you mean? I have an idea for a new sticker. What's your idea, Butt Ugly?
Who's this guy on the panel?
Ajax, are you alive?
Hello.
What's up?
Nothing much. I just wanted to point your attention to something. I know you have some Israeli viewers, so they might be able to help with this. There's a bill proposed, basically our version of a bill. It's a law proposal by MK Dan Iluz from the Likud party. And the proposal is to transfer every Russian-made weapon.
Oh, it got passed already. At least I think it did.
No, it passed the first call. It still
Oh. Yeah. Every
Russian
Oh, go ahead.
weapon found in Lebanon to Ukraine.
Yep.
And as far as I know, the Ukrainians are kind of familiar with a lot of the weaponry that
They're all the same. The Russian Ukrainian weapons are all the same.
Yeah, it's the cornets and so on. And there are buttloads of cornets. I mean, I tried to make a tally of the weapons found in Lebanon.
Oh yeah, there's gonna be a buttload of quarter missiles going over. That's gonna be dope.
Yeah, so Israel can use them, but they don't have a whole lot of use for them.
There's no point. You guys have no method of resupply or testing or anything.
Yeah. Ukraine will have so much more to do with this. So if you're an Israeli, please email your Knesset members. I just sent an email to 119 of them without Danilo because he proposed the law, so it's kind of useless. Just wanted to put that out there because I think Ukraine can do a whole lot of good with that.
Oh yeah, the support for Ukraine is appreciated. Okay, I'm gonna thin out the panel a bit because it only lets me allow so many people up when I'm on a computer.
You dropped me.
All right, thank you for coming up. God knows I'm gonna drop you as well. Thank you for coming up. Ajax, we have talked about that a couple times already. Thank you for bringing it up again. It's always nice to remind the people to chat about it. So I'm gonna clear you out, and then I'm gonna bring someone else up real quick.
Thanks.
If you don't mind. Thank you very much. Bye bye. Okay. Do I have any opposition that can act like an adult and not be a child?
Oh, did I hit the request button? I think we agree on everything. I think you need opposition if you need me down.
Oh, you also do have a loud background noise.
You oppose me.
Mickey, are you gonna do that the whole time?
Oh my god.
You can go ahead and drop me down.
Okay, Ragnar. Have a good time.
Bye, Ragnar.
Did I hit the request? Oops.
I love him.
Would you intercept me? I'd intercept me.
Taz, you can come up and discuss, by the way, if you want. And I should have said from the river to the sea. My head hurts.
Ragnar, you should have come up with your other account.
Let me see here. I gotta log in a Dropbox. Let's see here. Oh, that's right. Wait, he's not ready for her? Wait, what? I'm confused. Oh, damn, you Haley been working hard organizing this thing. Damn. Okay. So I'm going to give a preview of what this looks like so far. So let me pull it up on each screen. God damn, where'd my mouse go? Oh, there we go. My DPI is so low. Okay, display capture. Make sure you don't invite people, by the way, with me being ready for it. If someone's,
Sorry.
yeah. Okay, so here is the Dropbox that we're gonna have publicly available once everything gets sorted out. You can see all the different folders we've got here on the side. We've got stuff about 67.9, anti-Semitism, different random articles, different books that are in this, stuff on casualty numbers, common debunks, DNA and land ties for Jewish people. This is the sorting folder, so stuff we saw that is short. This is everything on Gaza aid, Gaza polls, Gaza snapshots. So this should have the link to like the OCHA page, immigration records. Some of these folders will have the same files too. So like you could see that River Without Bridges is in immigration records. That will also be in the books folder. Like it'll be in multiple locations. We've got all sorts of stuff. This is gonna different UN reports, religious documents. So like in here you'll find stuff on Christianity, Islam, and Judaism. Under Islam you'll find about Islam and Scripture, Sahih al-Bukhari, the entirety of it. You'll find the Quran, Sahih Muslim. In Judaism, we've got the Babylonian Talmud, Living Torah, Tanakh from 1917, Talmud Analytical Guide. Another thing in the Tanakh, we've got English and Hebrew, and a whole like UN resolutions, like pretty much everything. So like this is stuff that I have compiled myself and some stuff that has been in some of our other channels, but most of this is all from my personal repository of sources that I use and that will be publicly available to for everyone to use once we're finished with it.
That's really cool, Sam.
Yeah. Are you aware that Putin releases prisoners in exchange for them going to fight in Ukraine? Yeah, that's old news.
I would never do.
What?
Sam does all the work I would never do. This is why everybody needs like an autistic marine named Sam on their team.
Hi, Bunny.
What's up, Bunny?
Hey, Deadly
Hi,
Bunny.
Gold. Hi, Mickey. Hi, Sam.
What's up?
I don't want to like disturb move off the topic. But I wanted to ask. The war in Ukraine is still going on, right?
Yeah. What? No, it's not even close yet. Technically it's been going since 2014. Then there was a second invasion in February of 2022. It's been going on since then.
No, because people have been saying that Ukraine lost, and
They constantly say that Ukraine's gonna fall. Ukraine's losing. Ukraine already lost. Ukraine lost. Ukraine is Russia. They always say that. Yeah, Israel's lost. Israel's losing. It's the same thing. The fact that Ukraine still exists means Ukraine is technically winning by Russia's standard, because Russia wanted all of Ukraine. Granted, they've lost a lot of territory. They've lost about 20% of their land so far, but I mean, they still exist and they're still fighting to this day.
Sam, do they still have Kursk?
They still have what?
Kursk.
Kursk? Yeah, Ukraine still holds on to a good chunk of Kursk. Dude, they're all the way in the Ukrainians are all the way in Bryansk. I don't know if anyone realizes how far that is.
Sam, is Israel helping Ukraine in any way?
Israel just put up a bill that's passed the first vote to send any Russian weapons found in Gaza and Lebanon to Ukraine.
Oh, that's nice. Okay, I'm happy to hear.
Yeah,
I'm really for. Thank you so much. I won't take up your time. Thank you.
Oh, that's fine. You're totally fine. Hey, so for those that don't know, this is the live UA maps update of everything going on in Russia and Ukraine. This is the territory that Russia currently controls, which is in total, including Crimea, about 20% of Ukrainian territory. This area in Kursk is what Ukraine controls after invading the Kursk region of Russia, showing that Russia's borders are not invulnerable. Yeah, so the map only shows this area of control. Let me show you how far Ukrainians are operating, though. This is where they've gotten to. This is Kursk. There's operations going all over this area. Where's Bryansk? Crap, I'm lost. I hate going around Russia. Oh yeah, this is Bryansk. All the way up here. There's Ukrainians actively fighting up here.
Wow.
So like, there's Ukrainians actively fighting there. Biden released long-range missiles to Ukraine, which can reach Russian cities. All right, here's the thing: they already have the missiles that could do that. Biden just said, "Go ahead and do it."
Was he waiting until after the election to give him?
I have
permission?
no idea. Kiev in 3 days. Yeah. This is now going to be the Kursk People's Republic. By the way, it's really funny. There's a village somewhere over here, I believe, that the Russian civilians came back to after the Ukrainians supposedly went through that area. And the Russians were posting all these videos online going, oh my God, the Ukrainians trashed our city. They destroyed everything. They stole all our food. They destroyed our homes. Only to find out the Ukrainians never even made it that far. And the only people there were Russian soldiers.
Can I just really quickly, and I'll go back to that. Can I point out that they finally changed their narrative? DNA tests are illegal in Israel without court order. Thank you for at least being accurate. Anyway,
DNA.
yeah.
Why do they keep, dude? Why do people just keep saying stuff that?
No, but that you do have to get court just to make sure we're not related.
No, I am not referring to a Bryansk drone attack. I am referring to actual soldiers on the ground operating in the region of the main city of Bryansk.
Sam, we were talking about food on a live the other day, and Ryan brought up Norwegian fish that I think he was describing as the same stinky fish that they used to get the Russians out of the trenches over there to begin with. Apparently, it's illegal to make it.
Ukraine it's crazy. It's wild. You don't know that Ukraine is just a proxy. Okay, by definition, not a. Oh God, Ragnar. I'm just gonna leave that request there.
I think you should. I think you should bring him up.
Ragnar, I'm just gonna leave that request there.
You need to bring her up, Sam. She's amazing.
I'm gonna leave that one.
Ragnar's the best.
You do have to get a DNA test in Israel. You can't even spell it right. Jesus Christ, Rose.
Yeah. Bob, I'm counting on you.
RT, why don't you come up and discuss it then? Instead of mouthing off in the comments. Listen, honey. Don't impress me.
Oh, come on, bring her up.
Respect Russia's sovereign territory and historic land claims. Oh, the irony. Bob, why?
Hi, honey. Listen, before we discuss how the IDF is losing, can I please introduce myself? My name is Laundry. I go by Lingerie. I'm 5'11".
You don't go by laundry list?
So hot.
You don't go by laundry list?
Do you always interrupt women? This is sub. Okay.
Yes.
Anyway.
Oh no! Oh no!
Sorry. Oh God, I'm sorry. I'm not gonna get opposition. I love it, but I'm not gonna get opposition up here like that. That was really good. I would love. Oh my God, that would be good to send up on Nick's live. I bet you that would get hammer. That would get hammer really good.
She's been on Nick's Live before, I think.
What's the person's name? RT2000. You can come up and have a discussion if you actually think that, but you know. Oh, hey, Ivanka. They banned my main account, Ivanka. Hammer would get triggered. Hammer would just be confused.
I think they met Ragnar before. Maybe.
You know she will say something, that's why you start misbehaving. What? What? Why? I don't know, because the Yahtzees got upset that I was speaking for both Ukraine and Jewish people. I got banned because of the propaganda. You mean the facts that I was presenting? Do we have any opposition? We got 112 people in here and everyone's afraid to come up. What facts? Okay, Bashir, why don't you, since you seem to know, tell me about something that I posted on my now banned account that was not factual. You seem to know that I was only posting propaganda. Tell me about something I posted that was not. Dude. Does anyone know if AO is considered combat now? What?
Guys, can everyone like, tap, share? Let's get Sam up to 15K.
Russian propaganda speaks of a multipolar world. The hedge money of the United States and Europe is the world, the redivision of the world, and so on. Yeah. Russia is at war with NATO and Ukraine, but NATO didn't come. Yeah. Russia's at war with NATO, and NATO's like, we haven't even gotten there yet. You basically said the Ukraine is pushing Russian troops, right? Well, it depends on where. In some areas, yes. In some areas, no. It depends on where you're talking about. Ukraine doesn't need our support. Russia does. Why does Russia need American support? Russia, the country that actively works against us and hates us, and has state-run television that literally preaches about the death and downfall of America. Hey, I remember talking to you on Matt's All Right. I love Matt. Oh, hi, how's it going? You probably talked to me on my main account, which is now banned. So I'm back on this account. Goddamn, Deadly Bunny's sharing the hell out of this stream.
Aw, thank you, Bunny.
It's funny because on PC, it shows me every individual person they share it to. So she shares it to like 20 people. It shows me all individual 20 shares. Two-state solution is the only solution? Yeah, not anytime soon.
There's already a two-state solution.
Yeah, I've been following you on every account. You
It's
hop
called
to...
Israel and Jordan.
The CCP seems to not like Israel and Ukraine. This is true. This is very, very true. Some dude said
Guys,
Russia has the
don't
right
hide in
to...
the comments. Just come up and have a conversation.
Thank you, Deadly Bunny.
Don't be scared of Sam.
A one-state solution? No. You know what? Ukraine can never win a war with Russia, right? Yeah. And why is Ukraine still existing then?
1712, Palestine doesn't exist. It hasn't existed since 1948. If you want Palestine, you can rename Jordan Palestine. It's 75% Palestinian anyway.
If you guys disagree, why not just come up here and have a discussion?
Yeah, seriously.
Russia was providing Europe with affordable energy. Then the USA created a coup into... Okay, my cool. Can you please tell me what coup in history has occurred where the leader was formally voted out? Can you, my cool, can you explain that one to me? Instead of creating a genocide while conveniently ignoring the literal concentration camps in China. Yeah. 1712, why don't you come on up?
Yeah, bunch of pussies hiding in the
Golda!
What?
Don't say that. Wasn't voted out. Hang on. My cool. My cool. How
that
hang
turns
on.
me on.
Go my cool in chat. How much money do you want to bet right now that the president was formally voted out by Parliament? You said he wasn't voted out. I say he was. How much do you want to bet?
On whatever you say.
Yeah. Michael, how much money do you want to place on it?
Like Sam's always right.
A million what? A million rubles? Because that's like nothing.
What's wrong, Deadly? What happened?
Michael, don't write checks your mouth cash or the other way around. Guys, you're hiding.
Michael, what are we doing? What are we doing, Michael? Actually, let's see. Can I invite this person up? Let's see.
You're all hiding in the comments. Why? Is Sam so scary?
They're scared. No, they're scared of you, Golda.
Oh, at least he's coming up. Okay.
I think they're just scared of Jews.
Okay. Okay, Michael. So,
That's,
are you maintaining
that's
that?
all.
Are you? Hang on. Are you saying that they did not vote their president out?
No. No.
How much money do you want to place on it?
Then there was a
Hang on.
protest.
How much money do you want to place on it?
100,000. Okay, who wrote this?
BBC.
Okay, who? BBC?
Yeah.
Okay, well they're biased.
Okay. Cool.
And this is fucking made up.
Cool. So the Wikipedia article that talks about the impeachment in Ukraine, or should we go to? Should we go to the? Should we go to Al Jazeera? Are they biased too?
He wasn't voted
No, no, no.
out.
Shush.
He
Al
was
Jazeera.
impeached.
And Al Jazeera.
up.
Al Jazeera. He was impeached and voted out. So
Okay, no, he wasn't
Yes,
voted out. He was
Parliament votes.
impeached.
Wait.
hang on. The
That's
impeach.
not being voted out.
If Parliament votes, wait, Sam, go up.
Hang on. Ukraine's parliament has voted to remove President Viktor Yanukovych from office. Wow.
No,
Sir, do
he
you
was
have
impeached.
$100,000?
And who- It wasn't the people that did it.
Michael, hang on, Michael,
people
where's
didn't choose.
they're
people
hang on,
chose
Michael,
them as
that's
the
their
president.
parliamentary no,
And
they
then the
no,
parliamentarians-
their parliamentary representatives removed
It
him.
wasn't the people.
Michael, where's my $100,000?
It wasn't the people.
Parliamentary
It was
representatives are representatives of the government or of the people.
No. You're
Also,
getting,
by
you're
definition,
getting,
hang on, by definition, Michael, by definition, it is not a coup if there is voting, period. Definitionally speaking, you cannot have a coup if people vote.
Okay, the people voted him in. You're saying the parliamentary leaders voted him out.
Do you know what the electoral
They
college is?
impeached him.
Hang on.
Why?
The electoral college. Hang on, Michael.
How much were they
Hang on,
paid?
Michael. Yeah, they paid the entirety of the 400 people in Parliament. Michael.
Yes.
So, Michael, stop pivoting. So, the electoral college. If I vote, but my electoral college puts in the votes to the president, does that mean I didn't actually vote for president?
Yeah, you can say that. Yes. And why is the electoral vote there? Because they didn't trust the people to make a good decision. So they gave you this,
Get out.
what college vote.
I want my $100,000, Michael.
Yeah. I bet he doesn't even have $100,000.
He doesn't. Oh my fucking god! Give me my $100,000.
Oh yeah. Any credible sources on Khomeini being in a coma? Khomeini.
I haven't seen anything on that. I would like to go on and drop a bombshell of historical facts. Okay.
Just don't be a digital jihadist.
Kaboom.
Okay, so first of all, I want to say, Sam,
Uh-huh.
amazing talking to you again. Secondly,
you.
1940s.
Uh-huh.
The 1940s.
Uh-huh.
Way back when it was still Palestinian Jews and Palestinian Arabs. The head of the Palestinian movement at the time, the Grand Mufti of Jerusalem, he was the head of the whole Islamic world.
Are you about to talk about how he wait, hang on. Are you about to talk about this? Hang on. Before don't get to it yet. Hang on. I think I know what you're going to talk about. Hang on.
I'm letting you cook.
Wait, Gilad, are you pro-Israel?
Yeah, he is.
I'm originally South African. My family fled the Holocaust, but I did move to Israel and I did serve in the IDF.
Are you by chance referring to this?
Hajj Amin al-Husseini?
Yes, that guy!
You were going to talk about the meeting with H-Man, huh?
Yeah, Gilad.
Yeah, we know. Dude, the irony of them, they literally wanted to bring concentration camps to the Middle East.
Yeah.
They literally, they actively tried to purge us even after the war. It's hilarious. They call us Nazis while they literally highlighted the
Yahtzee.
Nazis.
Careful.
Oh,
Yahtzee.
sorry, Yahtzee. They say we're making concentration camps. Meanwhile, China, it's like every accusation they lob at us is just a reflection of themselves. It's hilarious.
That's exactly what they're doing. Projection.
Anyway, that was all I wanted to say.
Just keep that picture in your back pocket. I had some girl yesterday tell me it wasn't true, and then when I showed it to her, she just tries to deflect to a completely different point.
Yeah.
Well, I think that is a good point. I do like bringing that one up, but I think I got some opposition in the request, so I'm gonna drop you down for now. It was nice speaking to you again. Thank you for coming up.
Thank you, lad.
Bye. And then let's see. Oh, Mo Saeed, you disappeared. I hit accept and you disappeared. I don't know what happened. All right. This version. Diva.
Not connecting.
Yeah. Diva, try reconnecting. It's not letting you connect.
Well, LB, yeah, they had a meeting and he gave him ideas on how to exterminate us faster. And the plan was that they wanted to bring those camps to Israel.
Hey guys, quick question.
Hello, Life. What's up?
Yeah, my name is Frank. Just generally speaking, I've been asking this to different groups. Are you guys opposed to one state, democratic state, with equal rights for the Arab and the, Arab, Muslim, Christian, Druze, and the Jewish populations within the between the river and the sea?
Are you saying combining all of Gaza, the West Bank, and Jerusalem and putting it all together as one state?
Yeah, like
yes,
I'm assuming you live in
against
the
that.
West.
Yes, I am against that.
Okay. What do you fathom as being the solution, if not a one state?
An eventual two-state solution, because historically speaking, since the very first meeting of the Arab Muslims and the Jewish people, any single nation where there has been a Jewish minority in a Muslim majority country, it tends to not end well for the Jews.
Well, I have an alternate solution. My alternate solution is one state, annex the Arab-occupied Judea and Samaria. Anybody who doesn't want to be Israeli, anybody who doesn't pass a security check can leave. And anyone who does can stay. There's already a two-state solution. It is called Jordan.
Could
Jordan
those
is
citizens
75% Palestinian. So that was the solution. What you're talking about is a three-state solution. I oppose three states.
So Golda, could those citizens of be Muslim and Christian as well?
Already, what you're talking about already exists in Israel today.
Yeah, but I mean, including the other territories.
Right, but if we annex and get rid of the people who can't pass a security check, and then anybody who doesn't want to be an Israeli citizen, which is at least like 50% of the population refuse Israeli citizenship even today, then that'll diminish the population numbers by at least half.
The problem is you're not going to find peace in that area regardless of what happens until the Palestinian people learn to love their children more than they love unaliving Jews. They've never once, even just for shits and giggles, gone, you know what, let's stop attacking the Jews. Let's just stop. Like, I like the idea of taking a child of mine and strapping a exploding vest onto them and going, it's been nice knowing you, sweetie. Have a good day. Like, that blows my fucking mind that is a rational thought to them.
I agree, but I would say that, to be fair, right? It's a generalization because I'm sure the majority of them.
To be fair, what is there to be fair about?
No, the majority, I mean, care about their kids just the same as the Jewish Israelis.
The majority of them support Hamas and the actions of October 7th. A majority of them, like based on Palestinian-led research polls, over 50% at all times have always supported Hamas and the actions of October 7th. Like, before October 7th, it was about the lowest poll showed like 53% support for Hamas, and that was a couple months before. As soon as October 7th happened, it shot up to 89% support, with about 91% support for what happened on October 7th.
So, I mean, I haven't seen those polls, but I mean, I'm just going on what you're saying. But at the same time, you have obviously a power that's a state power, right? Juxtaposed to essentially a non-state power. So is there no onus on the state power? If
you want to go look at those studies, by the way, because don't trust anything I say, just go off of the actual facts. I'm just relaying information. I'm not a source. Go to the Palestinian Center for Policy and Survey Research. They're based in Ramallah. They do polls in both Gaza and the West Bank. So they are the ones who have the source on the amount of people who support Hamas.
Can I ask
The
one
onus,
follow up?
the
I
onus
appreciate.
belongs, the onus belongs on the organization that was elected to govern the Gaza Strip, which is Hamas, which knowingly puts their civilians in danger, and anything else would put the Israeli civilians in danger, or the IDF would be doing nothing.
Okay, so what about if we looked at the other territory, the West Bank? Why are settlements, for example, continuing to be built?
You mean
if,
the settle? Wait. Let me ask you this, just as a prerequisite. Life. If I say A, B, and C, what does that mean to you in this context?
Are you talking about the areas within the?
Yeah.
Okay. So you at least you at least know about it. Okay. This is good. So all of the settlements that they keep complaining about are within Area C. It is fully legal for Israel to build in Area C. There is zero. But come on, nothing. Hang on. Stop, Golda. Hang on. Life. Per Oslo II, which the Palestinian government agreed to, everything that Israel does in Area C is legal. But yet you've still got people going, well, they're building and they're expanding settlements. Yes, in their own territory, which the government agreed to.
Do you think they actually ceded permanently? Do you think they actually ceded permanently that land and that? Hold on, Golda, 1 second.
I know,
but I'm having a conversation.
Wait, hold on. Let him respond, Golda. Hang on. Let him respond.
Thank you.
This is on point.
I know.
One
Hang
second,
on.
Golda. Let me just because I can't respond to his input.
Hang on. We'll let him respond, and then you can go, Golda.
Okay, thank you. But what I'm saying is, do you think that those that were Arafat and others, I guess, that were negotiating that, do you think their intent was to allow, I guess, permanent Israeli settlements in anywhere in the West Bank? Because I'm pretty certain that wasn't the case.
No, the purpose of Oslo II was to eventually create a second Palestinian state, but the problem was that when it came time to negotiate, the Palestinian side refused.
Okay, so that wasn't a response, that was a question. But are you pro-apartheid?
No, absolutely not.
So you started off this conversation about talking about Jews and Arabs and Christians living all
Living together, yeah.
But you have a problem with Jews living in villages together with Arabs near their holy sites in Area C.
No, I have no problem saying if
So then your
Golda,
language.
I'm aligned.
Wait, hang on, guys. Apparently we got a Yahtzee in chat. Bob, where's the Yahtzee? We got a Yahtzee alert. Hang on.
So Golda, I'm agreeing with you on the one state.
Bob, hang on. Both of you, everyone, can we hang on? So for those who don't know, we have a Yahtzee counter for neo Yahtzees. For neo Yahtzees, you can see the counters right here. So when we get a neo Yahtzee in chat, the people who are subscribed get to spam the Yahtzee emote or sticker. So Mommy Phoenix, no, I'm not gaslighting, but feel free to come up and actually have a conversation if you would like. And I can school you on that. So Yahtzee counter, we're bumping to 15.
Golda, before you go on, I gotta get in here because I don't want you to
Great, I was still in the middle of speaking.
Relax.
Okay, but I'm in the middle of speaking. Okay, so great. Thank you so much. By using the term settlements and asking why Israel keeps building, which they're not, they're actually just adding on to villages that already exist, you are perpetrating the propaganda that they are not supposed to be there. And they are supposed to be there. That's it. That's all I wanted to finish saying. Go ahead, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you. So what I'm saying though is they're still building. I mean, they have approvals for new construction and new settlements. But I'm with you on the one state solution. I think that would be fantastic. The democratic population, one state, because the two economies are so intertwined, you can't really extricate them anyways at this point. But I'm saying if there was a let me finish. Please stop interrupting. So if there was an honest negotiator at Oslo. And they truly wanted the two-state, which I don't think is feasible. I know you don't either. They wouldn't have continued with these settlements because I think that's a disingenuous facts on the ground.
Again. where these quote unquote settlements, villages are.
It doesn't matter. It's in the West Bank. It doesn't matter.
No, it
No,
does
it does.
matter.
No, life.
Areas
It
not.
life. It matters because it's part of the agreement.
I'm gonna keep muting you because you literally can't control yourself. Stop. It's like 4
Both
o'clock in the
both
morning.
both
I
of
don't
you,
wanna
both
shout.
both of you, relax. Life. She's bringing it up because it does matter. It doesn't matter to you, but it matters because of the agreement. Oslo 2 exists for a reason. Stuff was supposed to be implemented that Israel is still waiting for the PA to come to the negotiating table and talk about. But until that happens, everything that Israel does within Area C is 100%
Damn,
legal under
that's
international law.
ridiculous. You can't steal land. Israel.
It's
you
not
cannot
okay.
steal land.
Okay, stop.
Do that.
If hang on. If I don't fucking speak to her like that. Why can't why?
I just want to say this piece just really quickly. Jews have maintained a presence on this land for 3,000 years. In 1948, when Jordan beat Israel, they took that land, annexed it for themselves, and ethnically cleansed all of the Jews from that area that had been living there for 3,000 years. In 67, when we pushed Jordan back, we went back on that land. In the 90s, in an effort for peace, we came up with Oslo together with the Americans. Biggest mistake ever. We should have never given you guys even an ounce of hope.
Mommy Phoenix, I see you're not accepting the request. I know. Oh, nope, you denied it. So why don't you want to mouth off in the comments? Why don't you come up here? Zionists never should be there in the first place. What? Come on up. Your kids are sleeping. You can sit here. You can't just walk into the other room. Phil, is you gonna just spam stuff? Or you gonna actually come up here and discuss? New York, what's up? Dayhammer.
What's up? Someone invited me.
Oh, Bob invited you.
Hello, Bob.
New York, what's on your mind?
Is it true that in the Torah the Jewish people are not allowed to have a land
No.
until the Messiah returns first?
No.
Nope.
So what does it say in the Torah?
The only people who believe that are the Nori Karta.
It's not even from the Torah, though. The Torah doesn't say anything about. The Torah doesn't say anything about the Messiah at all. There's no mention of the Messiah. I'm sorry. I'm just asking. I'm not saying information. I'm asking about information.
Yeah, he's just answering you.
There's nothing about the Torah about the Messiah.
No.
In the Torah, the Messiah is a post-Torah concept. It's nothing in the Torah. The Torah actually says the opposite. The Torah says we have to be in that land. Okay. I didn't know that. I heard differently that, like, since it's a promised land, and there was some criteria that has to be met for you guys to establish the land of Israel. No. I don't know what's the requirements.
Can I ask you a question? Do you think the land of Israel would be established if God didn't want it that way?
No, everything by God's will.
So here you go. Question answered.
It's a covenant between the Jewish people and God. At different points in time, God will get mad and exile us from the land, but the covenant is everlasting for eternity. It's unbroken, unbreakable. I see.
Any other questions?
Just read the Torah yourself and you won't have any doubt. I mean, you guys spend the whole life studying the Torah and the Talmud, and
Dude, most Jews have never even looked at a Talmud book.
Yeah.
Like,
really?
Yes. It's okay. Here's what the Talmud is. It's Reddit for rabbis. You've been on Reddit before, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Reddit, where you see some really off the wall shit, and like there's a lot of off the wall shit. Then like you filter through, you're like, oh, there's the same comment. That's the Talmud. It's rabbis someone presents a scenario and goes like, breakfast. I think it should be at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. And then another rabbi goes, well, I think it should be at this time. Another rabbi goes, I think it should be at midnight. And another, like, and then they argue and they go, okay, here's the common ground. You get extremes on each end, and then they come to like, hey, what's the middle ground? So you'll see stuff like some really weird stuff because someone presents for an argument. What is the extreme of that argument? And then they come together in the middle. It's literally Reddit for rabbis. I cannot figure out a better way to describe it. And again, most Jews have never even opened a single Talmudic book, let alone even looked at one.
Oh, I didn't know that. I thought the Jews are really into their religion and study it.
dude, God, no. Most Jews don't. They don't know anything about the Talmud.
There are highly observant Jews who spend their whole lives studying Talmud, but that's not the majority.
Are all the Jews supposed to study the Talmud?
No.
No.
That's what they're supposed to do?
No.
No. It's literally, like I said, it's Reddit for rabbis. It's commentary. So it's like if you have questions, these rabbis had the question too, and they discussed it. And they, again, you have to present the extremes of the argument to know where the middle ground is. So like the dude right now talking about a 3-year-old hymen. Dude, like, hey, what is the legal age of consent? Well, I think it should be this. Well, I think it should be this. Those are pretty crazy. What about this middle ground? Yeah, that makes sense. Like
why are you worried about what Jews are supposed to do or not supposed to do? Are you Jewish?
But because the war is basically.
Are you Jewish?
No, I'm not.
So what the fuck do you care? Mind your own business. None of your problem. How's the problem?
Why are you talking like that, man?
Because the lead up of what you're trying to get to, we all know where the end game is.
No, just wait.
Yeah,
just
he
wait.
hasn't
didn't
asked
say
the
anything
disgusting
wrong.
stuff. He hasn't asked the weird stuff. He just asked a question. To be fair, not
Did I say
everyone is
anything
asking.
wrong?
No, okay, so here's how this normally goes. The reason Hammer's saying this, the way this normally goes is someone comes up and proclaims to be some random Talmudic expert who's literally never opened the
No, I
Talmud.
didn't. I said
I'm
I'm
just
not an
explaining.
expert.
I'm explaining.
Yeah.
Most people will
Yeah,
come
yeah.
up here with a narrative and they'll pretend to be a Talmudic expert. They've literally never read the Talmud though. They see a clip of it on Twitter or TikTok and now they think, "Oh my God, Jews are disgusting because this random post on social media told me that Jews believe X, Y, and Z." And they know nothing about it. They try to portray Judaism and Jews as some terrible, awful, satanic thing.
Well, it's not just that. It's you said, didn't the Torah say that you're not supposed to have the land until the Messiah comes?
Is it the
that
first time
only
that you
applies
heard
to
that?
Jews.
Is
It
it-
doesn't apply to you. If you don't
No,
believe
is
in
it
the
the
Torah,
first time that you heard
what do you
that?
care?
Is it the first time?
No, it's not the first time we've heard that, but we also know that Allah is a Zionist, so it doesn't matter.
But the point is, you're not Jewish. So what are you worried about Jewish scripture for?
Because the
Like
war
some
is
aha
about.
moment. See, the Torah says
No.
you're not supposed to do
Oh no,
this.
New York, the war is
And
the war is
therefore what?
the war is not about religion for the Israeli side. It is not about religion.
Isn't Netanyahu waiting for somebody to give him the leadership for Israel? They're waiting for some kind of a Messiah. Is Netanyahu was told by a famous rabbi that he was the one that's gonna
Jesus.
hand?
Told you.
Isn't it that true?
Told you.
A single crazy rabbi that everyone views as crazy now said something to Netanyahu to
How
that
do we
effect.
know if you say this?
Because we can-
then I will believe you.
Because we can.
I'm asking a question.
Yeah,
Like, is
yeah,
he was
hang on, like Hammer said, Netanyahu's not very religious, and also you can literally Google this and find out that the dude that said that is batshit crazy.
I agree. I just didn't know how widespread it is.
Not very like in Israel. Nobody in Israel, everyone hears that and they go, "I don't care."
Okay.
Like nobody
I
gives a
didn't know
shit.
that. But the king is very aggressive. I didn't say anything wrong.
Look, the Jewish people on TikTok, especially people like Hammer, have had to deal with stuff like this for not just the last year, but for years
But he's
before that.
old
Where
enough to handle himself better.
Don't worry about me, partner. I'm doing just fine. Don't worry
No, I
about
don't
me.
think so. You
No,
you
I'm
look
doing
very,
great.
very
I'm doing
unsettled.
great.
oh my God, Mickey's awake.
I
want
have
someone to
patience- I don't
handle
have
me
patience
better.
for people
Jesus Christ, Mickey.
who want to talk about Judaism and know nothing about Judaism. Like,
Do
mind
you
your
know
own
everything
business.
about Judaism? Do you
Yeah,
know?
you did. You came in starting talking about
No,
Judaism.
you do. Do you know? Do you know anything about Judaism?
Yeah, I know a little bit here and there.
A little bit.
Hang on, New York. I want you to click on his profile, look at what his name is, and ask me if he knows anything about Judaism.
Let me see.
Here and there.
Do you know a little bit about Judaism?
Mickey,
I wanna know a little bit
no,
about
no,
Judaism.
Mickey. I've told you the rule. None of that voice on
He's the
here.
King Hebrew.
I am restraining myself from dropping.
Yes. So his name is King Hebrew Hammer. So do you think he knows? Bye. Get out of here. So do you think he knows anything about Judaism?
A lot, actually.
Yeah, he literally holds Torah study every Sunday. You should join if you want to know. If you want to know about what Jews believe, join Torah study.
And Wednesday.
But he's not.
Oh
very
wait, you do it
welcoming. How can I
you do it
join that?
Wednesdays now?
Yeah.
Both Wednesday and Sunday.
Huh.
That's what you right after.
Again, New York. The
But he's
Jewish
not
people,
very
especially on TikTok, have dealt with the most horrendous shit of people making accusations against Judaism and questioning everything about Judaism for absolutely no reason other than they hate Jews.
I just don't understand what you're worried about Judaism for. You're not a Jew. Like, what do you care?
Like, I don't care what Christians believe.
My grandfather, his best friend, was a Jew.
Oh,
and he
well, you're
always told me
basically, you're
stories about
basically
that.
Kohen.
Sorry?
Nothing. You wouldn't get it.
No, it's like his point is, why does it matter what a Jew believes? Like, I don't care what Christians believe. I don't care what Catholics believe. I don't care what Muslims believe. Do I learn about those things, and do I go out of my way to read the scripture so that I can learn? Yes, because I like to know what they believe and why they believe it. But I don't care about it. Like, it doesn't matter to me.
If it doesn't matter to you, maybe it matters to me. That's why I asked the question. I just want to know.
I would-
because you keep hearing this crazy stuff.
I would
you wanna know,
recommend looking.
It's actually intriguing. It's very intriguing.
I
Not
would
intriguing,
recommend
but it's
if you
intriguing.
want to actually learn to look into this stuff and do some research on your own. Like, do what I did. I have right there, the book on the end, the blue one. That's my Torah.
Yeah.
I'm not religious. I have a Torah. I've read it. I've got books from the Talmud that I'm trying to read. It's just very fucking confusing, but I'm trying to read them. I've got King James Bible. I've got a English Standard Bible. I've got Old Testament, New Testament, Psalms. I've got a Quran in both English and Arabic. I've got teachings of Buddhism, Hinduism. Yeah, I've read all. I've read the Quran. I'm on my second reading of the Quran while reading it with the Hadiths. I've read a couple thousand Hadiths. I've got all of Sahih al-Bukhari, all of Sahih Muslim.
What's your opinion?
I think it is a very violent religion when you go literal by the text, and then it hasn't had its what's it
Can
called?
you show me one thing about it that was violent?
One thing?
Like what?
Are
Yeah,
you a
like
Muslim?
what? No.
Oh, what do you care about Islam?
I'm not talking to you. Who the fuck is talking to you, man?
I'm talking to you.
Okay, bye.
You're being a little aggressive right
Yeah,
now. there,
that's
brother.
here. How about we talk about striking the necks of the unbelievers? Is that violent enough? Yeah, just go on live. Anyone who doesn't believe, no big deal. He says Hadith is violent, but doesn't see Talmud as violent. Okay, the Hadiths and the Talmud are nothing close to each other. The Talmud is literally arguing over opinions. The Hadiths are literally narrations and clarifications of stuff. Good job. Fawcett, what's up?
Howdy, how's it going? How's it going? I do want to go ahead and ask a question on the very first one.
Mhm.
Why, in your opinion, do you believe Ukraine deserves even a single dollar of American money?
Well, firstly, because we signed an agreement to help them to do so.
Okay, we did the same thing with the Native Americans. We broke that contract. We don't owe them anything. They don't owe us anything.
So breaking contracts is okay because you don't like the contract? Or
Well, yeah,
because
the contract
something
is-
happened in the past?
Well, yes, when the contract's blatantly just a use of American money in the way that's going on right now, it's just a money laundering scheme. It's not a legitimate.
So Brett, what's the point of the contract then if you're just going to break it? It wouldn't be. The
Well, there's
contract
lot
is
of
for a
things in
reason.
Politics. As a politician, I know this. There's a lot of things in politics you kind of sign for show, but when you put the pedal to the metal, and when you actually get to the meat and potatoes of the thing, you're not
Mhm.
actually going to agree to it.
So
Like America-
wait, what is your background in politics?
My background politics
Got it.
very quickly. I'm
All
a
the
Goshen
same.
Native American.
Metal
I'm
to the
also a
metal.
black,
Be
gay,
creative.
transgender woman. So I know a lot about politics. I actually trump you
What?
in the oppression Olympics. And because I identify as a politician, therefore I am. So I can actually talk here about the situation in Ukraine. But yeah,
Wait, slow down. Can you say that over again? Everything before oppression Olympics, please. One more time.
well, yes, very simple. So the reason why you asked what are my qualifications? How am I a politician? Well, because I am a black, queer, Goshen Native American woman, I succeed in the oppression Olympics. And because I identify as all these things, I also do identify as a politician. I identify, therefore I am. And because I am a politician, I am vetted to say that there is in no way, shape, and form a legitimate contract with Ukraine that would benefit the American people. If it doesn't benefit the American people, why would we still?
So I'm gonna ignore all the intentional bigotry and say, do you know how the aid to Ukraine works?
Go ahead, explain it for the people.
No,
in the chat. I know.
okay. How does the aid to Ukraine work when it comes to the let's put the actual direct money that goes to the government? How does the rest of the aid work? How does it work? What's the breakdown?
Well, it's very simple, actually, and I believe you can tell the people in the chat how that
No,
works.
I'm asking you. I'm testing if you actually know what the fuck you're talking about.
No, I don't. So I need your explanation.
Oh my fucking god, Hammer, do you want to have fun with this one?
Basically,
Okay.
my whole argument is this: American problems end at the Atlantic Ocean, so there is no legitimate decree. There's no legitimate agreement that America should respect that is on the other side of the Atlantic Ocean. No legitimate agreement.
So because you don't view it as legitimate, that makes it invalid?
80% of Americans think the exact same way.
Really?
They thought it was Iran,
Really?
Iraq.
No.
Same thing with Ukraine.
Can you show me the statistic that shows that 83% of Americans disagree with helping Ukraine?
I'm sorry, you're talking to somebody who thinks he's black.
I know, Golda, stop. I don't. We're gonna ignore the obvious bigotry and trying to trigger people for now. I want you to show me. Hey, Fawcett, I want you to show me the statistic. Give me the article, name, title, anything.
Okay, so right now, it is shown right here that 33% of Americans. Hold on.
What is the article title?
It is article Chicago Council on Global Affairs.
Chicago Council on
It
Global
is
Affairs.
saying growing U.S. divide
No.
on
What's
how
the title of the article?
Oh, the title of the article is Growing U.S. Divide on How Long to Support Ukraine. Even the American people are losing hope in this Ukrainian war.
Cool. Let's read. Hang on. Let's pull it up. Growing U.S. divide. The one that came out. Are you referring to the one from December 5th, 2022?
Correct.
So 2 years ago.
Correct. America didn't even support this from the get-go. We have been dragged into this from the very beginning. There was no
Really?
American
Hang on. So, my man, did you even read this?
Go ahead. Let's read
No.
it.
Did you? I'm asking you. Did you read this?
Yes. Go ahead.
Literally the second bullet point on the first page. Solid majorities of Americans continue to support supplying Ukraine with arms, 65%, and economic aid, 66%, and accepting Ukrainian refugees, 73%, and sanctioning Russia, 75%.
Where are you reading that? I'm not seeing that on this website at all. Oh, you're saying right here, the equal. What I'm reading right here, if we're on the same exact article, Growing U.S. Divide on How Long to Support Ukraine, it says nearly half of Americans now say Washington should urge Kiev to settle for peace as soon as possible.
I asked you if it was the December 2022 one. I'm on page one.
Oh, you're on the PDF. I'm on the website.
Cool. Well, the PDF
Let me
tells me
get
that
on the PDF then.
the PDF says 60, even in December of 2022, 65% of Americans supported military aid.
Right there. Yes, but that's a half-assed approach. Just supplying
Wait.
guns
So
is a half-assed approach.
because you don't like the cool. Well, 66% support economic aid.
Again, that's still a half-assed approach. What you are saying when it comes to a full support means boots on the ground, tanks, guns,
I would
weapons.
personally love that, but the Budapest Memorandum doesn't call for boots on the ground unless they're nuked. So we are abiding by the Budapest Memorandum to the letter.
Okay, so that's not what full means. Full means American troops on the ground. To fight
That's
this
why
war.
I said I would support that. I would
Why would
personally support that because
would you support
because we put them in the position they're in today. They are an ally of ours. They deserve to be able to fight for their sovereignty and their freedom. And they are actively fighting off an enemy that actively wants us dead.
Okay.
We deserve
Let me
to
ask you
support them. I have been to Ukraine. I have trained Ukrainian soldiers. I have seen what they're going through. I have seen how strong-willed their people are, and I know the help they need. So my opinion is that they deserve our non-half-ass support.
Who comes first, the American people or the Ukrainians?
Us.
Exactly. The
Do you
United
realize?
States of America.
Do you realize how much money we're making off this deal?
We shouldn't be making any money off this deal. None of this money should be going to them. What I'm basically
Wait,
saying
wait,
is,
wait, what?
Go on.
We
What I'm
shouldn't be
basically-
making money. They shouldn't get any. Dude, we're profiting from this.
Yes, we shouldn't be. We should not be profiting from this war. You don't see an issue with that?
No, I do not see an issue with the American economy having.
do not see
I do
an
not see
issue
an
with a
issue with the
person profiting
American.
on
I do not see an issue with supporting an ally while getting a boost to your economy at the same time.
Okay, so I'm gonna tell you two things that's wrong with that. Number one, it is costing the United States of America money to fund this war. If we
How so?
stopped, how so? Hold on. How much did Joe Biden just sign off for to give more money to Ukraine? What was it like?
Wait, do you think it's just straight up cash, like pallets of cash, like in Iraq?
No. They're not getting pallets of cash. If I'm correct, they're like getting loans or something like that. They're approving like $60 billion of loans of weapons, tanks, artillery.
No.
Am I correct?
No, you are flat out incorrect. So what happens is some of the money is directly given to the Ukrainian government to make sure that the government doesn't collapse in on itself, because you can't support an ally if they don't exist. The rest of the money is in equivalent equipment value, meaning if I send 10 Humvees, I am putting the value of those Humvees into that aid package. I'm not giving them that much. I'm not giving them that much in a loan. I'm putting no. You're saying
straight cash.
no. You said it was a loan to get those vehicles, but that's not the case. It is a Lend-Lease style program, but the valuation of the vehicles and stuff isn't even accurate. So here's the easiest example. A Humvee today, you can personally go buy a fully operational Humvee for $10,000 from a U.S. government auction website, and you can drive it off the lot. We sell that Humvee to Ukraine for full sticker value of $100,000. So in an aid package, if we send 10 Humvees, that aid package doesn't say $100,000 worth of shit, because it's a 20-year-old Humvee that's been paid off 20 plus years ago. That aid package says $1 million. They're not paying $1 million right now, but in a Lend-Lease format, they are paying $1 million eventually. That gets added on to what they eventually pay back later. The only straight up cash slash loan is what we're giving to the government itself.
So hold on, you're giving them a $10,000 Humvee for $100,000 and then putting them in debt slavery on the off chance they win.
I don't agree with us charging them that much, but that's what Congress does to any country we sell shit to. We sell them shit at full sticker value.
So no, it's either the Ukrainian people get eradicated or their people get put into debt slavery till the end of time.
Yeah, everyone said, the Ukrainians don't view it like that. The Ukrainians would rather die for their freedom than live under Russia. So they will take literally anything they can get rather than live under Russia.
No. And see, I would much rather do the opposite.
Cool, you're not a Ukrainian living in Ukraine fighting for your freedom right now.
That's not freedom. You're either fighting for debt.
No, it
slavery
is.
No, it's not. Okay. So if I gave you a home loan with a 500% APR, how is that not usury?
So my country owing money versus me literally not existing.
Yes. No. You being in slavery versus your country not existing.
Yeah, paying off Lend-Lease is not slavery. England was able to pay theirs off eventually. So let me.
Yes, 80 years later.
Did they pay it off? Yes or no?
Yeah, they're a first world country.
Did they pay? So they paid it off. Yes.
Yes, 80 years later. So it's either destroy your entire people or get destroyed by debt by usury. Like there's no good way of the Ukrainian people getting out of this
Why do you keep
situation.
calling it usury?
Because anything above 10% is usury. It's biblically, legally, in every single way. The United States of America is giving a car they know is not worth
cool.
1/10 the value.
Here, I'm gonna read you something.
10% is not usury, dude.
10% is.
Cool. I'm gonna hang on, Fawcett. I'm gonna read you something from one of the Ukrainian soldiers that I trained that is currently on the front lines that I talk to every single day.
Go ahead.
Quote, if I have to die, which will ultimately lead to the peace and preservation of statehood, that I am ready for it. I don't want to pass this war on to future generations. He knows what's going on. He follows the politics. He would rather die and be in debt than live under Russian rule.
Hold on. No, back it up. Die and be in.
He would rather die and his country be in debt than live under Russian rule. That is a direct quote from one of the soldiers. I'm reading out my text message right now. That is a direct quote from one of the soldiers that I trained that I still talk to. I talk to every single person from that unit that I trained. They would rather fight and die for their country's freedom than to live under Russian rule.
Okay. Ah, damn. That makes, and no offense, that makes me even less in support. And I'm not even just doing this, edgy news. You're saying you would get yourself in insurmountable amounts of debt just to keep a piece of land that you weren't using anyway? That makes no sense.
What?
Like,
What do you mean they weren't using it? No, dude, they're fighting for the freedom of their entire country.
They live
yes,
there.
Yes, and they're not going to win. So what I'm basically saying is this: you are going to.
They're not going to win based on what?
They're not going to win based off of, number one, the Russian military is already too far into Kiev at this point. Unless America has.
Wait. Do you know where the fuck they're in Kiev?
No, they're not in Kiev.
Then why'd you say that?
What I'm basically saying. Hold on, let me throw up Google Maps real quick. I need an update on.
Here,
how
let
far
me
deep they
let me help you. At the start of the war, Russia controlled 7.8% control of Ukrainian territory. That was portions of the Donbas region and Crimea in total. At the maximum, Russia, when they encircled the capital, had 44.8% control of Ukrainian territory. They then got pushed down to 10% total. They are currently at 20%. When we give Ukraine arms, they do fucking fantastic. They hold the line and they even push Russians back. When we trickle down bullshit and we don't give them what they need, they slowly fall back or barely hold the line. Because you can't plan an attack, let alone a defense, if you don't even know what equipment you're going to have. So when we give them the shit they need, they do just fine. This is the current battle map of Ukraine. Ukraine has already been proven that they can even push into Russian territory. Fuck, Ukraine right now, even though the map only shows this area, they're operating all the way up near the actual main city of Kursk and all the way up into Bryansk. Like, they are able to do it when we give them the equipment they need. The problem is when the American government goes, I'll just give some now and some later, they can't do anything with that.
Yes, and again, even the American government understands that this is a bad deal on the Ukrainian end of things. It is a horrible deal.
So the American government realized that. So if I had a letter from the Armed Forces Service Committee, it was like, fuck it, full support, give them everything they ask for, and they will do just fine. Would you say that the American government supports Ukraine fighting?
Say it one more time.
So you said the American government sees that Ukraine can't win, but if I showed you a document from the American Armed Forces Service Committee that says, no, they can win, give them everything they need, here's our analysis of this, would you take that back?
Honestly, let's throw it up and I'll make my decision then.
Dishonestly.
Well, no, because we know that there's already probably 500,000 dead Ukrainian men. There's going to be more.
No.
It's either they're all conscripted or they've left the country.
No.
Ukraine's going to be a shell of its former self, and then you're going to subject it to
Inaccurate.
debt slavery.
The only people who have claimed that are Russia, and they've been able to show zero proof of that.
I don't know. Those GoPros and those drone footage is showing something different. But can we get that?
So wait, you're saying you counted 500,000 unalived or 500,000 unalived Ukrainians because of drone footage?
What I'm saying is there's enough footage to make that number realistic. You're telling me
No,
a war
there's
that's
not.
gone on for 4 years is not. You're telling me 500,000 in 4 years is not realistic?
4 years? Okay, well, the entire war's been going on since 2014, but the most recent invasion was in 2022. You know we're in 2024, right?
Sorry, 2.5.
Okay. Yeah, you realize that the Russians lose about 5 to 10 times the amount as the Ukrainians, depending on what region of the front line it's on, every single day.
Okay. What statistics do you have to back that up?
The Institute for the Study of War, going over the different battles in different areas. Institute for the Study of War has in-depth analysis and PDFs for different major battles within Ukraine and different portions of the front line.
Okay. But here's the issue though. Even if Ukraine does win this war, the reason why the UK was able to pay back their debt so quickly, well, not quickly, it took them 70 years, is because the UK is an industrialized nation that is a powerhouse when it comes to economy. Their GDP is number 4 in the world, I believe. Ukraine there are people in the US with a higher GDP than all of Ukraine. How do you suspect that Ukraine's going to get itself out of this debt slavery within the next century?
Because they have a fucking phenomenal military industrial complex that does a lot when it comes to foreign exports and selling, at least before the war. We also would be paying them to do partnership training like we pay other countries when we train with them, like when we train with Israel and the IDF. We pay them for that. So when we train with Ukrainian soldiers and Ukrainian pilots, we would pay them for that because right now they are the world's foremost experts in aerial combat and ground operations. There's a multitude of ways that they can get that back. It won't happen fast, but it'll definitely eventually happen.
Yeah, 100 years.
What is your basis for 100 years?
Okay, if it took Britain 80 years to pay back all the Lend-Lease, or was it 60 or 80, somewhere around there? If it took Britain 60 to 80 years to pay back all of the equipment from World War II, and they have an economy 20 times bigger than the Ukraine, what makes you think they'll be able to pay off this debt slavery that the United States of America puts onto them anytime?
I don't know how long it'll take. I don't know how long it'll take. There's also the option of freeing up the billions upon billions of dollars frozen and taken from Russia to pay off their debt.
I don't understand your argument. You would rather them die than be in debt?
100%, because it's worse to be in debt than it is to be dead. Now, and that's the issue. And that's the issue I'm having.
What?
And that's the issue. No. And I'm not talking regular credit card debt.
Do
I'm
you
talking.
live in
This is
Ukraine?
multi-generational debt.
Hang on.
This is debt that we'll never pay back.
You don't live in Ukraine, so you don't get to speak for the Ukrainians. The Ukrainians know what this is. They would rather be.
Hold on a second.
Right, go ahead. Go ahead.
You don't believe this. This isn't real.
Okay,
You think
so
it's better to be dead. You think it's better to be dead than in debt?
Okay, would you rather have your country be in let's just say 120 years of debt slavery?
Don't change it now.
Okay.
You said it's better to be dead than in debt, and you're like, not like credit cards. Well, what about mortgages?
No, so here's the difference.
Mortgage,
Mortgages
okay?
can be paid off in your
I
lifetime.
have a mortgage. Is that debt slavery?
Yes, a mortgage can be paid off in your lifetime. It's very easy to pay off a mortgage.
Most people don't pay off their mortgage. You know that, right?
I understand that. The difference is there's a mortgage that you can pay off and a mortgage you cannot pay off. Ukraine right now is signing a check they're signing onto a credit card that they'll never be able to pay the bill of.
You know, banks give 30-year loans to like 75-year-olds, 80-year-old people, right? You know,
Correct.
people aren't paying that shit back, right?
Correct. They know they're going to default on the home loan because they're just going to
No,
die.
they won't. They'll just pass it on to their kids.
What? No. Okay, regardless, even if that was true, no kid would sign on to a 30-year mortgage.
Here's the
with a
problem you're going to run into. I'm in that business. So I know what I'm talking about.
Okay.
They give loans to people that are old, and then when the people die, their heirs inherit it and assume the debt, and then they have to be responsible for the debt.
Okay, but the issue that you're bringing up
Are you
here.
telling me that when you give your home to your kids, that it would be better for them to be dead than intergenerational debt?
No, because they can just default on the home loan at any point.
Why would they want to do that? There's equity in the home.
Because it would be better for them to default on a home loan than pay 50% APR a year or 50% APR a year.
Who's charging 50% APR a year for a home loan?
This is exactly what the Ukrainian people are signing on for right now.
Wait.
You're signing on
You think Ukraine's paying a 50% APR?
Yeah, they're
I'm saying the Ukrainian people are signing on to have a war bill so high that they won't be able to sign. They won't be able to pay it back within 100
Yeah,
years.
you brought up the interest rate.
Which you can't even explain what APR is, but put that aside.
It's the interest rate that whatever. What I'm basically saying is this.
It's the interest rate that whatever.
It's not the interest rate.
No,
it's
because you're
more than
saying
just
7
the
different things.
interest rate.
Okay, what I'm going to say is this.
It's the total
It would
cost
be
of
better
the
for
loan,
you to default
including
on a
interest
home
rate
loan.
and fees.
Sorry, go ahead, King Hebrew. Go ahead, speak.
It's the total cost of the loan with interest rate and combined with the fees. That's why the APR is higher than the interest rate. When you get a car loan or a home loan, the APR is going to be higher than the interest rate because it includes the other soft costs that are included in the loan. But what interest rate is Ukraine? I don't know the answer to this. Maybe Sam does. What is the interest rate that Ukraine is going to pay it back?
I haven't seen anyone ask for an interest rate, period.
Oh, so it's interest free.
No, so here's the thing: if you are giving them a Humvee that you know is only worth $10,000.
Oh yeah, Hammer. There's the interest right there. We're charging them full sticker value for everything.
Yes, so you're giving them 1,000% interest on a damn vehicle. That's not correct.
welcome to how we sell vehicles to literally every other country.
The difference
So,
is
Hammer, so the example I gave him, so when we sell the equipment to our allies and other nations, even in aid packages, we charge full sticker value. So that Humvee that we give them, realistically today, is worth $10,000. When we bought it brand new 20 plus years ago, it was $100,000. So when it goes onto that aid package, that individual Humvee is still going to be valued at $100,000. So they pay us for full sticker value of the products we're giving them.
When we know that value of that vehicle is not nearly anywhere near $100,000. What I'm basically saying is this: the United States government is giving them equipment.
The value is $100,000
How? It was paid off 20 years ago.
because value is determined by what someone's willing to pay for something.
Yes, when you're fighting a war, you don't care about the price of the car.
Then
You
that's
care
what
about
it's
getting
worth.
it now.
But then that's what it's worth.
N-
Yes.
Okay, so you'd be okay with then, in a food shortage, people
I didn't
charging
say
a
if I was
ludicrous amounts
okay
for
or
food.
not okay. I'm just telling you that value is determined by what someone is willing to pay for something. So, like art, for example, art has no intrinsic value. It's paint on a canvas. But
Correct. The difference is you don't need. The difference is Ukraine needs these Humvees now. The value is not because they actually believe these cars are worth $100,000 a pop. It's because if they don't have them today, they are going to
Clearly,
the
they see the value of it because they're choosing our vehicles, which are more expensive, over the vehicles of other nations that are less expensive.
Yeah, you were about to ask me something. You forgot.
Go ahead.
You were about to ask me something
About
about value.
If I was going to ask anything, it was probably that you don't think it's unfair that the American government is saying, hey, you got to pay us back this full $100,000 for this vehicle, knowing fair well that the Ukrainian economy is nowhere near the size of the other great Western powers.
I don't believe in unfair.
That doesn't, and see, that is textbook usury. The United States
Not at
government
all.
should only be charging these people probably 10%
First of all,
more than
they're
what
not.
the
It's
vehicle is
not
worth.
usury because it's not interest. It's just a difference in price that's agreed upon. Secondly, I believe that when consenting parties enter into a contractual obligation, then there is no unfair so long as they're not coerced. And
But Ukraine is being coerced right now.
They're not coerced; they're distressed. That's different.
Yeah,
Which is coercion.
they're willingly choosing to go with us over someone else. Even though our equipment's more expensive, they know our equipment is better, so they're choosing to go with the better equipment.
Okay, this is not a war in which you can go get Chinese-made products.
It actually is. It literally is.
No, you know what I mean. Like, you can't buy a Temu tank when your enemies are already controlling 20% of your land. The time to go buy the Temu stuff is already over.
Talking about usury, it's really funny. Like you came up with this nonsense 10% number. You know, credit cards all charge more than 10%, right?
Yes, that's usury.
It's
Yes.
not. Well, no, because usury is against the law. So the fact that they're not breaking the law means it's not usury.
Okay, usury is anything above 10%.
Shit, I
Let me go
charge
ahead.
my clients way more than 10% to borrow money, and it's legal.
Yes, all because it's legal does not mean it is. First off, usury is anything above 10%. Short, sweet, to the point. Usury
No.
is. Sorry, go ahead.
Usury is if it's against the law.
So you'd be okay with charging someone 300% interest on anything if you both consented to that?
If they agree to it, sure, why not?
Wow.
Yeah, why
That
not?
is no. No. And the
You
reason why I
wouldn't
say
do
no to
it.
that is I would say no to that even if someone was not distressed. When you have a country that is literally in a fight or flight situation, I mean, there is no flight, you have to fight. When you're in a situation where a country literally has the enemy at the front door and you're charging full sticker price for vehicles you know aren't worth that much, you are effectively giving them a bad deal.
Sir, you just said you want them to die rather than be in debt.
Yes, I would rather have my country destroyed than be subjected to 500
What
years
the
of debt.
fuck kind of logic is that?
And thank God you're not an actual politician then.
I really
The
I
United States has been in debt for a couple hundred years, right?
Nah, the difference with the United States of America is most of our debt. The difference is the United States of
Intergenerational
America's
debt.
debt. I'm sorry, what?
Intergenerational debt.
Oh yeah, we're never going to pay. Yeah, no, we're defaulting on that. Remember, We're the
No, we're
ones
not.
that can say we're not just going to pay it back. What are they going to do?
So you'd rather the United States get destroyed?
No, we're just never going to pay it back. Ha ha! What are you going to do about it? That's the difference between us and Ukraine. Us, no one could ever come get their money back. Ukraine, though, if they defaulted on this loan, America could just go ahead and say, Russia, take care of them, and Russia invades Ukraine. Again, you're talking about two completely different nations here. You're talking about a nation that doesn't need to listen to the rest of the world versus a nation that does need to listen to the rest of the world. So what I'm saying is American debt is far different than Ukrainian debt.
Yeah. I think I'd rather be in debt than be dead.
I really, really sincerely hope that you never get in debt.
Okay, but you just wait. You just wait till there's 300% interest rates on homes, and you will take my words to heart.
Yeah, you know what I wouldn't do? I wouldn't sign if it was that high.
I'm locked in at 2.99%, so I'm good.
I own a home already, thanks.
Correct. Correct. Home loans were only that low because the economy was so good. There was a time where home loans were 18%. There will be a time where they go back to 20%.
I literally just bought a home a few months ago, but okay.
Well, no, I'm talking about him. His 2.9%. Out of the,
when will home loans be at 20% again? Do you think?
Depends. With the, if I was to, it would have to take a really. There'd have to be an issue. There'd have to be a really big thing in America, like a big wood shortage. But 20% is actually reasonable within the century.
Wait. A wood shortage would cause interest rates on home loans to go up to 20%?
Well, yeah, because because you can't build stuff, so the competition would be higher. So then you'd be able to charge more interest because what are you going to do? Not buy a house? I know you're like, oh yeah, home loans are about supply and demand. Yeah, if there's no supply, demand goes higher.
Home loans are tied to the 10-year T-bill.
Okay. Explain that. Okay. Explain what that is.
The 10-year T-bill has nothing to do with wood shortages.
Okay. You say that now, but when there is a wood shortage,
it's an asset. It's a purchased asset.
Come again?
It's a purchased asset. 10-year T-bill.
Hold on 1 second. What is a T-bill?
A treasury bill. It's a. Come on, bro. You're kidding me, right? You don't know what a T-bill is?
Well, no, because I don't really need to.
It's a federally issued bond. It's a T-bill that's you can earn interest on, that the government sells to fund governmental activities.
Well, yes, but here's the thing: why do T-bills control interest rates on homes?
Because that's what they're pegged to.
What I'm basically getting at is in a free laissez-faire society, why does America have its interest rates tied to T-bills when
what should it be tied to?
Nothing. Whatever two parties consent to should be the interest rate.
But okay, I really don't have the energy to describe to you the
right.
You just called that usury.
Yes, correct. What I'm basically saying.
You just said that they should agree to it. You are talking in circles. I think you need more education, and you should identify
What I'm
as
basically
something
getting
else.
at. What I'm basically getting at is why are T-bills okay, but not setting a hard cap on interest on other assets not okay?
What are you talking about, other assets?
What I'm saying is when you get a home loan, it's capped at 5% because of T-bills or 3% because of T-bills.
It's not capped. What are you talking about? The
Oh shit! I forgot. Hey, Hammer, you're gonna like this.
Banks compete with each other.
I forgot that we had Twitch chat. Yeah, so one of the Ukrainians in my Twitch chat says we literally don't care about debt. We want to survive. And someone else says, another person says, imagine Zelensky just stands up and goes, you know what? Fighting's a little too expensive. I think we should just let him kill us. What the fuck?
They wouldn't kill them. They would not kill them.
What?
No, they wouldn't.
Dude.
I'm sorry. Hang on. Let's just. Oh, thank you for the follow. So let's just ignore the fact that Russia is increasingly executing Ukrainian POWs, and that Russian state television has even approved of this. State-run television, which has to go through the government, says, yeah, it's okay. execute Ukrainians. Yeah, the state-run television says that. Let's just ignore the fact that every time they get to a Ukrainian city, they level the bitch. If they don't level it, they kick the Ukrainians out, send them to Eastern Russia, and then sell the apartments to Russians. They are ethnically cleansing Ukrainians from their own land. What the fuck do you mean they're not going to unalive them? In the city of Mariupol, they started the war with a population of 445,000. 120,000 Ukrainians have been cleansed from that city. 50,000 Ukrainians have been deported to Eastern Russia from that city alone, including 10,000 children, which were openly stolen, admittedly, by the Belarusian Red Cross. They don't care about Ukrainians.
Then explain to me this real quick,
because this is. Then explain to me this.
So here's the definition of usury.
Yep.
Like I said, the illegal, that's the key part of usury. Illegal action or practice of lending money at unreasonably high rates of interest. The medieval prohibition on
So again,
usury.
you would be okay with charging someone 100% interest if it was legal.
Why not?
Mental illness. But anyways, give me this
Why?
understanding then. If
What if that
what is
person
Russia's
needs it?
main
What if
goal?
that
What is
person
what
needs
is
it?
Russia's main goal then with Ukraine?
Wait, hold on. What if that person needs it?
You are mentally ill for charging 100% interest.
This is what I do for a living. I lend people money. I charge them 13%.
Yes, mental illness. You should be only
You know
charging
what?
maximum 10%.
I have saved over 250 people's homes from going into foreclosure and losing their homes altogether. Those people
So
would
you're going to charge someone
strongly disagree
triple
with
the
me
interest rate to save their home? How is that not bad in your own eyes?
because I saved their home.
No, take my home if you're going to give me a triply high interest rate. You don't see that's wrong in any way, shape, or form?
Money? Who else is going to give them money?
No one. Their house is just going to get repossessed.
Don't say no one. I did.
What I'm saying, yes, you can go ahead and give them a 13% interest rate. Is that unreasonably high? Absolutely. You should cap it at 10%.
Well, then, if it was a cap of 10%, then my investors wouldn't take those loans. I wouldn't be able to lend people money, and all those homes I saved, those people would be out on the streets right now.
Yeah. So
over 3% difference in interest rate. You would rather people be homeless than have.
No,
a
I would
home.
just rather you make less money. You do not need 13% interest rates. You know this. You know deep down you don't need that money, but you still charge
No,
it.
I absolutely do need that money.
You don't. You do not need a 13% interest rate on a home loan.
Because my investors won't do the loan at 10%.
Then find different investors.
Okay, cool. So you clearly don't understand anything about money. So let's go back to what you were asking.
Okay.
You said, what does Russia want with Ukraine? They want Russification. They want Russification of Ukraine, and they want.
Hold on. I'll tell you what my understanding is. My understanding is they want all of Ukraine to be part of Russia and then slowly creep into the rest of Europe, which isn't America's issue. But if it was,
Well, it becomes America's issue when they attack a NATO country and then we are forced into war.
again.
No,
See,
that is your definition doesn't mean shit. The actual international fucking ruling of NATO, where we have, hey, if one of us goes to war, we all go to war. Article 5. It doesn't matter what your opinion on the issue is. Your opinion. No, stop. Your opinion doesn't mean shit when NATO goes, yep, we're all going to war. Guess what your opinion means? You're going to be sitting there going, we shouldn't do this. This agreement is stupid. And everyone's going to go, oh, well.
Yes, but do you think the actual American public would support any war in Europe? They would not support it. They would never send troops over there. They would. When I say
if our allies are attacked, we support them. It does not matter that it's inconvenient. You don't just get to back out on allies because it is inconvenient. America is the only nation in the entire history of NATO that has ever used Article 5. And guess what? The entirety of NATO came to our aid. So when we needed it and we called upon our allies, they came to fucking help us.
When did America incite Article 5?
2001, when we went into Afghanistan after 9/11. We invoked Article 5.
That is one. Yes.
It is the only time in history that Article 5 has been used.
Correct. We didn't need them though, but thank you for them coming up. But what I'm basically asking is this. From what I've been seeing, my understanding of the Russian conflict is Russia wants to take Ukraine, make its land for its own, Russify it, kind of like Laban.
Yes, they don't. They don't believe Ukraine should exist. And they don't believe it should have sovereignty. They don't believe in the Ukrainian language. Like fuck, one of the conditions of their peace plan is to force Ukraine to make Russian the national language of Ukraine. They don't believe in Ukrainian people. They don't care about Ukrainian people. They regularly slaughter Ukrainian people. My own friends fighting on the front line have literally walked in on soldiers with an elderly woman tied to a stair rail doing things to her.
Correct.
They
Why
don't
is that
care about
America's
Ukrainians.
issue? Why is
Because
that America's
we
issue?
signed an agreement to help them. You do not get to back out on a contract because it is inconvenient.
Yes, we do. What is the consequence of
What is the
America
point of
backing-
what is the point of signing a contract then?
The point of signing a contract is to do business with other nations. If
That is not the
business
only
deal-
reason.
Then go ahead, explain it.
There can be a multitude of reasons for a contract. A contract is an agreement between two groups of people or two individuals. It doesn't matter what goes what direction. The contract is the contract. It is a binding agreement, meaning if you sign it, you abide by it.
Hey, I think I came up with a great idea.
Go ahead.
And I think it'll solve a couple different problems at once. Maybe
Go ahead.
maybe Ukraine can pay us back in wood, and then our interest rates will go down.
Ooh, you know what? Oh, but here's an issue though.
Yeah, that wood has nothing to do with interest rates.
No. No. I think the Russians leveled half of Ukraine. All that wood's now useless, sadly. But sorry, to back up to what do you call it? Sam's point though. Yes, America could have signed a contract stating that we're going to go help Ukraine. America has to now go help Ukraine with American souls, American people.
No,
What if
not yet. So per the Budapest Memorandum, we are only giving them support and security assurances for now. If they get nuked, that is when the Budapest Memorandum says we put boots on the ground. That hasn't happened.
Okay.
That's part of the
Where are
reason
those
why.
boots
That's
come from?
another one of the reasons that Putin probably hasn't nuked Ukraine is because one, the launch distance and everything they'd have to launch from Eastern Russia because Western Russia is too close for it to actually reach properly. But Putin knows that if he drops even a fucking single nuke or causes even a nuclear incident in Ukraine, like blowing up a nuclear power plant, that means American and English boots on the ground.
Okay, that's something I wanted to hear. American boots on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
How would we achieve that? And I know you're obviously going to say America has the largest military.
Not just that, we are the logistical kings of the world. We are the logistical kings of the military world. We could put boots on the ground literally anywhere on this planet within 24 hours. We currently have thousands of troops stationed on the border of Ukraine in Poland who are itching to destroy Russia. They have been there since so we had people in Ukraine before the Russian invasion because we were abiding by the Budapest Memorandum then, training Ukrainians. A couple months before the invasion, all of them got pulled out. We pulled all of them out, sent them into Poland. Everyone who was already in Poland and everyone in Ukraine got pulled into an auditorium or multiple auditoriums and briefed on the invasion. We knew when it was going to happen. We knew what they were going to do, what units they were going to have, what equipment, the routes they were going to take. The only things we were off by like 5 days. Other than that, we knew everything. Our soldiers, whether you realize it or not, and a lot of people like speaking on behalf of the military, they're fucking itching to go. They want Russian ass. The Russians hate us.
Okay.
We know that. We want to destroy them.
Yeah, and I get that. Just the issue I have, the main issue, and this is what I was trying to wrap around to, is that when you're going up against Russia, we're not going up against some people that live in caves in the middle of nowhere. We're going up against another, effectively, superpower at this point.
They are nowhere near us. They are not even close to being a near peer at this point. They were a massive paper tiger that we massively overestimated. They started this war with over 15,000 tanks, including active duty and tanks in storage. They're down to about 3,000 tanks. We have seen their tactics. They have not changed anything since the 60s. They have barely adapted anything. It took them almost a year of getting destroyed by drones to adapt their supply line chain to where they were not having ammunition storage within 5 kilometers of the front line. Like, we know everything they're doing. They are not even close to a fucking near peer of ours.
Well, yes, drones are a brand new thing. Drones
Yes,
literally did-
Russia's GDP is literally less than the state of California. Russia's wartime economy is hurting so bad. Hammer, do you want to know the unemployment rate in Russia right now?
It's got to be 30%.
No, it's worse. It's bad in the opposite direction. It's 1%.
What that's
1%.
that's
Yeah.
good. What
No.
the hell?
No.
So that's not good.
Yeah, their unemployment is 1%. Hammer, their population is suffering so much. Putin actually signed a law requiring that if you're a female at work, you have to fuck all your coworkers on break because they need people to reproduce that fast.
Wait, what? Wait. Why is 1%? Why is 1%? Huh? But
Because
back it up.
people
Back it
are
up. Back it up.
overworked.
Oh, okay.
You don't
overworked,
have enough.
overworked,
You
okay.
don't have enough people to fill the jobs.
Okay, never mind. Continue. But so my biggest fear, real quick, this is the reason why I'm coming back around to it. Our biggest fear as Americans is that we don't want to get dragged into another 15-year-long war. America doesn't care. We have gotten to the point where America doesn't care what happens on the other side of the ocean. Our biggest fear is that this Ukrainian thing is going to escalate, and the American people are going to be expected to step
My
up and
biggest
draft
my
themselves.
biggest fear is the war dragging out and causing America to actually have to do something. As much as I would love to put American boots on the ground and wipe fucking Russian troops out, because with American might it would be fucking easy. As much as I would love that, I don't want to see my country dragged into a war. And the longer the war in Ukraine drags out, the higher that likelihood gets. Because if we don't support Ukraine and we don't supply them, the closer they get to the rest of Europe. The second, it's already gotten to the point where the second they start threatening Poland, Poland's like, that's it. We'll do it. We'll go in. And Article 5 may be invoked. If Russia gets past Ukraine, Article 5 will be invoked and we will be forced into war. I would like it to end before we get forced into war.
Hold on, back it up. We will never be forced into war, and that's the issue I'm bringing up.
Do you not
The
understand how
American-
Article 5 works?
Yes, what I'm basically getting at is the American public. What I'm basically trying to dodge a draft. A
So
draft will never.
we wouldn't need a draft. We have the largest volunteer force out of any military force ever. We don't, even though we barely made numbers this last year, we are still far superior in volunteer numbers to the point where we would not need a draft. We have done the defense analysis of Russia's military and even China's military to the point where we do not see a need to ramp up recruiting at this moment or for the next 5 years minimum. The military experts and leaders have done the analysis and they say you are wrong.
Okay.
Well, I
What
think they
I'm-
just put a change in the law on trans people. So Black, Indigenous, trans women, I'm not sure they'll take you.
Yeah, and thank the Lord they won't. Thank the Lord. My biggest fear is basically the American people do not want to see a war. Effectively, the American people aren't going to support a war in Europe. If it ever does happen, where the draft does happen, even if the American military needs more people, Americans are not
Cool.
gonna
So
fight it.
you, the random American that's not going to be fighting, doesn't really matter here because those of us that will be fighting, my fellow service members, don't give a shit and will gladly do it. Even though I would like to not see my country dragged into war, we gladly would fucking do it. But on top of that, it doesn't fucking matter because if the rest of NATO says, yes, we shall back up Poland, our ally, we are going to war, the United States is not going to be the one country that goes, nah.
Well, correct, because we have all the what do you call it, military might. I mean, come on, Poland has what, 2% of what we probably got? No, it's nothing.
Poland is the largest and most heavily armed country in all of Europe right now. They are basically the little fucking angry Texas of Europe.
Well, yes, but I mean, compared to us, how much do they really have? What, 2%, 5% of what we
I
have?
don't know what percentage-wise, but they have basically all these same equipment. They've literally bought everything. They've bought F-35s, HIMARS, Patriot missiles. They've pretty much bought everything from us. But again, nothing you are saying matters or makes any sense.
Okay,
If
so
you drag this out, and if you let Russia take Ukraine, we get
Correct.
dragged into war. Also, a victory for Russia is a victory for China, because then if we let Russia advance, then it tells China we're also not going to defend Taiwan. But we kind of have to defend Taiwan because of the semiconductor manufacturing industry and all the microchips that we're dependent on.
Yes, correct. Taiwan's a more precious country.
Did
like,
Poland buy that stuff from us with money or with wood?
oh, but no, but the same logic applies. If America sold it to them for even 3 times the value of what it really is worth,
No,
then they're
we
committing
sold it.
misery.
No, we sold it to them brand new because they bought them brand new from the factory.
Oh, if they bought it brand new from the factory, then that's okay because that's what it costs. Brand new. That's what it is. But no. So you're saying if the war drags on, the American military is just going to get thrown into this thing. So then
That
why
is
not
how
just give-
Article 5 works. Yes.
Correct. So then, hold on. Because I'm just trying to think, why would we just not give you? Why would we just? I'm trying to basically ask the question here. Why
Oh.
wouldn't America just give Ukraine to Russia and then say, we're done here, you can have it, we're going back home? Like, and I know you're like, oh, they're gonna
Because
go
then
invade
Article
Poland.
5 happens.
Well, no, we can just disregard
Not
that. What I'm
ours
saying
to
is,
give.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah,
ours to
Ukraine's
give.
not our country. We don't just give Ukraine away.
Well,
You- okay, let me put it this way. Regardless, here's how this works. If we stop supporting Ukraine, Ukraine doesn't just surrender. They will fight. They will not stop. When Russia gets to the point where they hit Poland, we get dragged into the war anyways.
Okay, so that's the reason why we just can't give them Ukraine and call it a day.
We can't
It's
give
not
them
our-
Ukraine because it's not our country.
Well,
Ukraine is an independent. No, Ukraine is an independent sovereign state. They are not ours.
Well, yeah, but might makes right, and I hate to say this, but if Russia, what I'm basically saying is, how are we going? What's what I'm looking for here?
I'd rather give New York State to Russia.
And see, like,
Sorry, Golden.
Can
Palestine too.
no, wait, no, Hammer, San Francisco.
Ooh, can we? How about this, Oregon? No, damn, no.
Okay,
no,
so no one wants Oregon. Okay, so again, if we allow Ukraine to just fight this on their own, they will keep fighting. They will not surrender. All that does is prolong the war to the point where we get dragged in eventually. Now, if we provide Ukraine with the equipment they need and make them a fucking porcupine, and they can actually do what they need to with the equipment we give them, they could possibly get back their land. There is a very high likelihood that it would be slow, but they would get back their land, and we wouldn't have to do shit. All we do is sit back, make money, and learn. Because we learn from what they're doing, we learn how Russia's reacting, and we watch China go, oh, fuck, maybe we shouldn't invade Taiwan.
Hammer, Russian Jews make up most of New York. We're not going back to Russia.
All right, let's give it back to the Dutch. At least New York City.
Oh,
The rest
Hammer,
of the city-
Hammer, do you like my pager I made? I 3D printed this.
I can't read it.
It says boom.
Oh, boom. Sorry.
I'm gifting this to Michael Rappaport. Someone said they could get it to him for me. I didn't get to see him at the event. I really wanted to take a video with him just saying beep beep. That'd be great.
I apologize. I know I've been a little jokey. I kind of turned off after that whole wood interest rate thing. I got to be honest with you. That was
No, I'll be real. I was trying to back you into a corner, and I used the wrong.
Yeah.
But no, okay. I need to do more research on what are the benefits of Russia winning versus what are the benefits of the United States footing the bill
There
for
is
this.
no benefit to Russia winning.
I could see like 3 benefits, but like.
And what would those be?
Okay, number one, Russification of Ukraine probably ain't as bad. Like what? And the reason why I say this is, who are we to say to the Russians that Russifying Ukraine is bad when America's own history Americanized other
So because one thing bad happened means it's okay to do another bad thing? No, we've evolved past that. Ukraine has been through Russification. Ukrainians have suffered enough. They don't want this. You were saying, I don't care about your people. You could suffer again. It was literally illegal to speak Ukrainian in Ukraine. They were forced to speak Russian. They were forced to do.
Yes, all the same crimes America's guilty of committing. So how are we any better?
It doesn't matter if someone else did something bad. That doesn't make it okay for someone else to do something bad. We can acknowledge that America has some fucked up past, and then at the same time go, hey, Russia, you shouldn't do that. Look at how bad it was when America did it.
Okay. Second thing I see is Russia's GDP is far bigger than Ukraine's. Just from the GDP standpoint, joining Russia would effectively make Ukraine a little bit richer.
Why is their GDP suffered?
I'm sorry, what?
Why is their GDP suffered?
Who, Ukraine? Even before the war. Hold on, let me look this up real quick. I only have Russia's up right quick. So I'm not trying to be aberrational. I mean, I am trying to be the devil's advocate on Russia. They have a $2 trillion GDP, while Ukraine, even before 2014, didn't have a GDP above 100 billion.
Okay. Their GDP suffered because of the war starting in 2014.
Well, yeah, no, I'm talking before 2014. Ukraine's GDP was hilariously low. Russia's, though, was already over $1 trillion. And in fact, in 2013, it was at 1.8 trillion, while Ukraine's GDP was at a laughable 190 billion. So by joining Russia, your GDP would automatically.
So why doesn't Russia just become part of Germany, since Germany's GDP is triple that of Russia? Why doesn't Russia just become part of California? California's GDP is bigger than Russia. Your logic makes no fucking sense. Just because Russia's GDP is bigger does not mean they have a right to fucking slaughter and take over all the people in Ukraine. That is nonsensical.
Well, they've also been an independent country for much longer, and their population is much larger.
Well, you do have to remember, Moscow, not
Can
Moscow.
can we backtrack to like 10 minutes ago when you were pretending to care about Ukrainians?
Well, because I genuinely am trying to care about Ukraine.
I don't
and
think
I'm
you
not trying
are.
to even be like, oh, haha. I'm just saying from the average American's point of view, the average American does not care what's going on the other side of the aisle. So even if Russia marched all the way to Poland, if the United States government today said we're going to war, most of Americans would just say no, we're not, and that's it. That's the end of story.
Yeah,
End of
no.
discussion. How
What
not?
is that based off
how
of?
not?
What is it based? Where are you getting the argument that most Americans would just say no to Article 5?
Oh. You're referring to the government. I'm referring to the people.
I'm saying what people? Where is your basis that the American people would hear that America's invoking Article 4, or that America's going by Article 5, and then the people would go no? Where are you getting that?
Number one, the last.
No. Show me a statistic. Show me a statistic that shows that the American people would be against supporting Article 5.
Let me actually look this up real quick because I don't know.
So did you just make that number, or did you just make that up?
Well, no. You go ask the average American right now, and you ask them, would you support?
That's
American
asking random Americans is not a statistic. You said most Americans, which means you have a
51% or
statistic.
more.
Yes, which means 51% or more. So where are you getting that number?
Let me look it up because I know it exists online. American support of the. How would I even put this?
Wow, it's almost like you said something nonsensical that probably doesn't have a fucking poll for it. Or if it does, it's worded nowhere near. So you made an assertion without anything to back it up because that is your opinion.
I do have information
No,
to
you
back
have
it
been
up.
literally wrong. You have been wrong on literally everything I have said so far.
Do you believe the American people would support any war in Europe? Yes or no?
If we were defending our allies and abiding by Article 5, I personally think that America would be on board.
Most Americans can't point to Poland on a map. So
I
for
don't
you
care. That
going-
has nothing to do with the question.
Okay, so you're saying that the American people would blindly support a war in a nation they cannot locate just because they want to be the good guys
How
at the
many
end of the
people
story?
are supporting Palestine right now?
I'm sorry, come again?
How many people are blindly supporting Palestine right now?
That's different. That's different. You know,
How is that
Palestine was
different?
illegally taken from the Palestinian
You-
people.
you-
But
you-
Ukraine, on
no.
the other hand, is a whole different can of worms.
Let's not go to Palestine.
Yeah, don't go to Palestine. That's a whole.
Like an
That's
American who can't point to where it is on a map before 10/7, you're talking about a country and you're involving yourself in business that you don't know anything about.
well, no, because I want you to
you're
go
the
find me a
average
politician. I
American
want you to
right
go find
now.
me a state. I want you to go find me a group, an organization that's advocating for the American people to finally take up arms and defend Poland. You're not going to find it. Yeah, you might find some weird Jewish sect in New York that's like, oh yeah, we must defend Poland because that's our people. Blah, 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 blah. But the average
I'm sorry,
American
wait,
doesn't
wait, wait,
care.
wait, wait,
Because a lot of a lot of Americans who support Ukraine, the 65% of Americans, majority, who do support Ukraine, understand the ramifications of what happens if Ukraine falls.
Sam, did you catch what he just said? I'll find some Jewish sect in New York who
Because
supports Poland
because of the
that's where we're from.
Because the Polish
Wait.
Jews. That's what I'm saying.
wait. Did you just jump to blatant
Yes.
Yahtzee
No,
propaganda?
I'm saying that if there was
Yes,
a
he
war,
did.
Hang on.
No,
Jews
what
aren't
I'm
from
saying is-
Poland.
And we don't defend Poland because they kicked us out of Poland for
Yeah,
being Jews.
Jews aren't Polish.
No, what I'm saying is go
What you're
find
saying
me
is that you're an anti-Semite and you're
no.
letting your
Again,
color
you twisted my
show.
words. I just said go find me a group in America that's like, let's go defend Poland.
But why did you pick Jews and say Jews from Poland?
Because
said
she said
Jews
something
from
about
New
Russian
York
Jews, so
who
I'm
were-
like, there got to be Polish Jews, I believe. You know, you might find one Polish Jewish.
So
sect that's like,
so you just randomly out of nowhere picked Jews as the one who would defend Poland, just out of nowhere.
Jewish
well, no, because she
sect.
said
Do you
Russian
think-
Jews, so
do
I'm
you-
like,
do you
all right,
think-
Polish, maybe I don't know,
Do you think we're sects of Jews?
or a sect, SEX, SECT.
Yes, I understand. Do you think
Yeah.
that based on the country, you have a different sect of Judaism?
No, but you know what I mean. You know how like there's like
No, I
Armenian,
don't know
like, you know
what
what I
you
mean, like
mean.
Armenian Christians. You know, like.
No, I don't, because Jews are not Christians or Muslims.
Well, you know what I mean. Like, again, twisting my words. So you're telling me all
No,
Jews
I'm
are the
telling
same?
you that you don't know what you're talking about, so maybe you should
Oh
stop
my
lying.
God. Okay, whatever.
All because I said Jew. If I said Muslim, it'd be
okay,
But
no.
let's go ahead. Let's skip past it. What I'm basically saying is this: the American people are not going to support any war in Europe. They're not going to. If the draft ever comes, there's going to be.
We wouldn't need a draft.
Okay, you say that, but if Russia.
No, the military leaders who do people like me who do this for a fucking career have literally done the analysis and said we don't need a draft.
Okay, so if Russia's such an insignificant nation that can be destroyed by American might so quickly, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Why then, and I know you're like, oh, they haven't been nuked, so Article 5. Why wouldn't then the American military just simply get this situation over with if it was so easy to curb stomp the Russians like this?
I would love to. That's the same fucking question I've been asking, but we have the answer to that. The Budapest Memorandum. The Budapest Memorandum, which says that we are not supposed to do that unless they get nuked. Not Article 5. Article 5 deals with NATO. Ukraine's not in NATO. They've never been in NATO.
So then here, I'm actually going to go into your court. That's a contract America should invalidate and shouldn't respect. Because if it is going to save the Ukrainian people, if it's going to save their ethnicity, if it's going to save their language, it would be better for them to break that contract and just get the job done.
As much as I would like to, that is the contract. I hate it, but that's the contract.
Tim, can we move on to his double standard when it comes to Israel and Palestine?
Oh my gosh, kid, come on now. No, about this. No, the difference between this and there's no like religion or history involved. Like the Ukrainian and Russians only have like 200 years of history together.
Involved?
No history.
Sorry,
You realize that the Kiev and Rus split off and founded Moscow after Ukraine was founded? Like 600 years after Ukraine, it's a lot longer of a history. And then since the Russian Empire has stood up, every single time they get powerful enough, they just fucking slaughter the Cossack people of Ukraine and take over their land.
What I mean by that is like, Israel's history goes back like 5,000 years. Like Ukraine's goes back max maybe 1,000. So it's a harder sell for the Israel-Palestine thing than the Ukrainian one because
I'm still dumbfounded by the land was stolen from the Palestinians when the Palestinians have literally never owned it.
But also, you're pivot away from my point, which was why would Americans care about a war when they can't even locate the country on a map? So I was pointing out all of the stupid Americans who care about what's going on in Israel, Palestine, when they can't point to it on a map. And you said, oh, well, that's different.
Well, no. So here's the thing.
So that's called a double standard.
No, it's not. So let me explain. The American support of Israel is just because a lot of American evangelical Christians are like, Israel's where Jesus was born, so I support Israel. When that's such a top layer of understanding. It's so dumb.
So what statistic do you have to show that most Americans who support Israel support it because of that?
It is. Have you not talked to a person over the age of 50?
No, I'm just asking you, what statistic do you have to support that?
What have you not been to the American South in the past 3 years?
That's not a statistic.
I'm sorry, what?
That's not a statistic.
Okay, some of these things. So how would you even phrase that as a statistic? Do you support Israel because that's what
you would ask questions like, why do you support Israel? There would be a list of options, and religion could be one of them.
Okay, let's look that up. Why do you support Israel? Let's look at this up. Why do you support Israel? Hold on. Why do you support Israel's statistics? Hold on. Majority of U.S. says Israel has valid reasons for fighting. 58% of Americans.
Hey, hang on. Hammer, are you there?
Yeah.
Yes.
I got Hammer. I got a really funny comment for you in chat. Quote, "We are ready for America. We Africans are ready more now, so we shall make you pay big time."
Yeah. Africa. That's a whole nother
Doya in the comments, I'm going to show you a picture of a Palestinian right now. You tell me if she's white.
Why can't I do polls? I don't know, Bob. Let me check. You have the ability to do moderation. What is with polls? Hang on. Poll and gift.
Does this girl look Palestinian or Ukrainian to you? Can you tell?
Let me check. Oh, wait, I can't. Hold on. How do I expand you?
Oh,
there we go.
I got it.
You don't expand me, and I wasn't talking to
Oh,
you.
well, we could see your name, so.
Yeah, Tamimi. Try it again, please.
I wasn't talking to you.
Yeah, but to the chat.
You were doing research, weren't you?
Yeah, I'm doing it right now.
Bob, let me take away and re-give your mod privileges and see if it lets you do a poll. Remove mod. Move. Add mod. Manage access. Confirm. Hey, try it now, Bob. Hammer, when are you gonna do your Africa lives again?
Well, not right now. I'm doing laundry.
Andy McGarry, Palestinians never owned Palestine. Are you sure about that? Yes, I am absolutely sure about that.
TT, my point was somebody in the chat said the difference between Palestine and Ukraine is that Ukrainians are white.
No. See, I don't. That's just a bait. That's just rage bait right there.
Again, that's somebody in the chat. I wasn't speaking to you. And then somebody was asking me why I was making this point.
Oh.
Does that sound right to you? Yes, it does sound right to me because they literally didn't.
Pat in the comments here had a question for you.
Bob,
Fawcett.
restart
Why
your
are
app.
Why are you saying that you're a black woman?
Because I am. We don't. Again, if I'm not a black woman, I now identify as like a Jewish woman. Would that be any better? Like, what more do you want to see?
That would not be better.
See, that's the thing. So, but yeah, no, I think
So are
therefore
you
I am.
are you just being facetious?
What do you mean that's
No,
the
I have
thing?
this on every
What is
single
the
social
thing?
media platform I
Wait,
have.
Wait, when you say that's the thing, what is
Wait,
the thing?
wait, Fawcett, where are you from?
Oh, I'm from the United States of America.
Yeah, but where?
I've been around. I've been with those mentally ill individuals that live in Massachusetts. I've been down with the swamp monsters in Louisiana. I've been with those, backwards ass people in California. I've been all around. And that's the reason why I say these things is because I've seen the American people. The American people only care about literally 3 things. And I've seen them. They care about their first, second, and whose ass are we kicking next? The problem is America wants to kick ass when it actually means something. Ukrainians don't mean anything to us. Most Americans can't see them. They don't know who they are. They never even met a Ukrainian. The difference between Ukraine
Yeah,
war
statistics would say otherwise. Again, statistics, even from your own poll, show that at least 65% of Americans support helping Ukraine.
Yes, they support helping Ukraine monetarily, not boots on the ground. Yes,
I didn't say
arms
boots on the
and
ground. Helping
economic aid.
Ukraine. Yeah, arms and economics. Those are both separate things, but they still agree with helping Ukraine.
Yes, because it doesn't. There's no loss there for the United States of
Exactly.
America.
Wow, it's amazing if we continue to give them arms and stuff and not have to put boots on the ground. That's amazing. We don't have to do shit.
Yes, there's a difference between me lending you my lawnmower and me cutting your own lawn. Americans only support it because there's none of our actual troops on the ground. The minute there's an American soul on that ground, the tune will change.
Oh, God.
The tune will change. You're telling me, again, the same way we saw American support of the Iraq war fall, we'll see it the same way with the Ukrainian war. People are only supporting the Ukrainian war because America loses nothing. If Ukraine falls tomorrow, not a single American soul was lost.
There's been plenty of Americans who've gone over voluntarily for Ukraine who have had their souls lost there.
Correct. Those people were suicidal. What we're saying is...
I'm sorry. Excuse me. Did you just say my friends were... Did you just say that about my friends? Because my friends wanted to fight for people's fucking freedom? Because that's what we as Americans do? We fight... No. You shut the fuck up now. You shut the fuck up. You don't talk about my friends like that. My friends who believed in American values and standing up for the freedom of others? Are you fucking kidding me right now? My friends fought for the freedom of others because that's what we as America fucking do. We fucking help other people. We help other people that we are obliged to help. My friends put their life on the line for people that don't even know who the fuck they are, because that's what we do as Americans.
They volunteer.
Yes,
That's the
that
difference.
does not make them the word that you used.
Yes, if you volunteer to go into an area that there is a chance of you
Get the
dying.
fuck out of here, you disrespectful piece of shit.
I mean, we're talking to someone who said it was
Hammer,
better-
you got an echo. No, they did not die for military contractors. They voluntarily enlisted in the Ukrainian military to fight for the freedom of people that are trying to survive. I don't understand these people.
Hello.
Hello, Hollywood. What's up?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. What's up?
I'm good. I'm doing good. How are you?
Doing okay.
All right. What do you want to talk about? Ukraine or Israel?
Take your pick.
Take your pick. Okay. Well, I'll try to explain both. I'm from the Netherlands. I'm from Europe.
Okay.
And I think I have a different perspective on the Ukraine war and on the Israel war, but that's okay. I think Ukraine does not deserve the full support of the American army, of the American people, because this is a long-lasting conflict. There's been wrongdoing on both sides.
How does
Russia
it being
invaded,
long? How does it being long mean that they don't deserve support?
Because, in my opinion, the Ukrainian government, especially, are corrupt, and they should just extensions of the
it's
United
not that
States.
it's
I think the United States is fighting a proxy war
well,
somehow against.
But by definition, it's not a proxy war because one of the major powers is directly involved in conflict, that being Russia. So it wouldn't be a proxy war by definition. The Ukrainian government is not an extension of the American government, though they regularly disagree with us and go against what we recommend on a very, very regular basis. They are an ally of the American government. That is it. Yes, there is some corruption in Ukraine. In 2014, they were ranked the #1 most corrupt country in the world. Since then, they have made vast improvements. They are no longer even in the top 30. They are a post-Soviet country. Post-Soviet countries deal with post-Soviet corruption. Fucking Poland still has post-Soviet corruption issues. That's not a justification for just abandoning someone that we signed an agreement to help and leaving them to die.
Yeah, but who is at blame? With NATO, it's really simple. Russia's standpoint is NATO should never move further to the east. NATO
You're gonna say the NATO promise not to move east, right?
Yeah.
Where is that written down?
There are declarations.
What declaration says that NATO won't move east?
I'm not sure, but
There isn't one.
I don't
There
know
isn't
that
one.
out of my head.
There is literally none.
I believe there is.
There is not. Even Gorbachev himself personally stated that it didn't happen. There is a single quote from Representative Baker at the time who mentioned it in passing to Gorbachev, and it was waved off. Representative Baker, who did not have any say on behalf of NATO, suggested it, and it was only going to apply to East and West Germany, and it was immediately waved off and was never put into writing whatsoever. It does not exist. In fact, in 1997, let me pull this up. See, PDF in 1997. Oh, come on. Give me the damn document. Where is it? Russia signed a deal called the Russia-NATO Founding Act of 1997, wherein they agreed to NATO expansion.
I'm not sure about that, but I also know that Russia also tried to join NATO, and NATO always.
Well, hold on. Before we get to that, again, in 1997, again, Russia signed a document agreeing to NATO expansion. It's called the Russian-NATO Founding Act for Peace and Cooperation of 1997. It was signed in Paris on May 27th, 1997. They agreed to NATO expansion. So even if previously there was an agreement that said we wouldn't expand, doesn't mean anything because that now invalidates it. On top of that, yeah, NATO has officially applied to join, or Russia has officially applied to join NATO once. They did not meet the requirements. Putin also tried to ask if they could join NATO and avoid going through the actual application process because they didn't meet the requirements. So again, Russia's whole thing of NATO expansion doesn't exist. Ukraine wasn't joining NATO. Ukraine never even applied to join NATO until after Russia invaded. Ukraine has literally applied to join NATO one single time in September of 2022, 7 months after the second invasion by Russia. So the whole NATO argument is gone, does not exist.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. I have to look it up because I'm not familiar with the documents you're referring to.
Here, God damn it, I got a Wayback Machine.
But then again, there's so many different stories as well. Like the people in the Donbass and regions, they were being bombed by the Ukrainians.
Yeah, that was debunked already.
No. You can. No, never mind. I'll leave.
So the people that committed that act, the Russians who committed that act, the leaders, the military leaders who openly admitted, yeah, we staged that whole thing. That was us doing that. The people who admitted that on video and are now in jail for admitting that are lying.
They staged the whole thing?
So the Luhansk People's Republic and the Donetsk People's Republic, the LPR and DPR, were literally just Russian soldiers. It wasn't separatists. They had brand new Russian firearms, brand new Russian uniforms, brand new Russian equipment and vehicles, and brand new Russian tanks. Stuff that like only the Russian military had, like brand new tanks. How does a random separatist group that stands up out of nowhere have those? They don't. Because only the Russian military had those. The only thing that was different was they didn't have their patches on. Fucking Yevgeny Prigozhin, the leader of Wagner, openly admitted that his forces participated as separatists. They did it on purpose. They were the ones who were separatists. Then the Russian military came in, held an illegal referendum run by the Russian military, and then not internationally observed because they denied international observers, and then said, yep, nope, just, 90% of the people want to be here. That's it.
We have completely different information sources, I think.
I would recommend looking up the video interviews with Yevgeny Prigozhin and Igor Girkin. They openly admit the whole thing about 2014. The same thing the Ukrainian people have been saying the entire time is now backed up by those leaders. Igor Girkin is now considered an enemy of the state in Russia and is in prison. In Russian prison. Let's see here. Oh, here we go. Download that PDF. No, I don't want it in Russian. Damn it. Okay, here we go. So the cover photo looks like... Let me pull it up. So the cover photo for the document looks like this. Looks like this. And here is the... Oh, let me pull up the text for it. Downloads. Russian NATO Founding Act. So here's the text for the document. You can go through the whole document. The Russian NATO Founding Act on mutual relations, cooperation, and security between NATO and the Russian Federation. Goes through everything. And again, multiple times in this document, Russia agrees to NATO expansion. So the whole NATO argument, non-existent.
Right, I can't argue that because I don't know. I don't have the information on that. So
Fair enough. I'd rather someone admit they don't know about it than just make shit up.
Yeah, I'm sure. I assume you're right.
Yeah, for those saying, don't assume anything I'm saying is correct. Fact check me on everything. I am not a source. I am just relaying information. I will provide sources when needed, but do not trust anything I say. Always verify what I'm saying.
No, I understand. Of course, you have your sources. I have my sources, and my sources tell a different story. So there's always going to be different views on these complex topics. But
I would recommend looking up specifically the video interviews, especially before Yevgeny Prigozhin and Wagner had their little coup attempt in Russia. Look up the videos that he put out, talking about 2014 in the Donbass region and Donetsk. And then also look up the videos from Igor Girkin. Igor Girkin has actually done multiple interviews where he's officially apologized to the Ukrainian people and gone, I am the reason this started. I was the one who accepted the invasion orders. I was the one who did this. My people attacked this village. My people attacked that village.
Right, I'll check it out.
Okay. Did you want to talk about Israel?
Israel is a whole different story. I think Israel is definitely not the good guys. I think Zionism is a really evil force on this planet.
Well, what is the definition of Zionism? Do you know?
Zionism is basically how do you call it? I'm Dutch, so I have to think in English. It's a nationalist ideology. It's not a religion. It's a nationalistic ideology. It's created by Ben Herzl.
Theodor Herzl. No, he politicized it. Then he was the first one to politicize it. But the idea of Zionism, the theory of Zionism, has been around since the first Babylonian exile of the Jewish people. Zionism is not just a nationalist movement. No, it's an indigenous rights movement. It is. Zionism is not a nationalist movement. It is an indigenous rights movement. Like, do you support? No, it is.
It's an ideology.
It is the belief that the Jewish people have the right to self-determination in their ancestral homeland. That is what the definition of Zionism is.
No, that's your definition. Okay.
No, that is the definition. That is the definition of Zionism. The right or the belief that the Jewish people have the right to self-determination in their ancestral homeland. It is literally the biggest the biggest and most successful land back movement in the history of indigenous peoples.
That's what we call a nationalistic ideology. It's the same thing. You use different words, but it's the same thing.
But Jewish people are not a nationality. So it's not a nationalist movement.
No. Zionists also not Jewish. Jews, you need to separate.
No, yeah,
them
no.
from
Zionist. Not all Zionists are Jewish. Nobody said that.
Sir, Zion means Jerusalem, and it goes back to our first exile from Babylon. By the rivers of Babylon, where we sat down and there we wept when we remember Zion.
Again, this is an indigenous rights movement. The same thing as people in the United States who believe that the indigenous Americans have the right to get their land back from the American government. That is an indigenous rights movement.
Zionism.
Sam Yahtzee counter and
Oh, where? Who? Oh, I see him.
Yeah.
Wee woo. Nader is a
Yeah, but
Yahtzee.
it's not the Zionists. What we are talking about are not indigenous to the country.
Nobody
They're
said
most of them are
no.
European.
Zionism is not about Zionists going back to the country. It is about Jews going back to the land because Jews
not true.
are the indigenous. Yes, Zionism is the right that the Jewish people have the right to self-determination in their ancestral homeland. It is not
Yeah,
that
that's how they framed
Zionists.
it.
No, that is literally. It doesn't matter what you think it is. That is the definition. It is the belief that the Jewish people have the right to self-determination in their ancestral homeland. Not all Zionists are Jews. That is true. Zionism is not just for Zionists to go back to Israel. It is for the Jewish people to have self-determination in their ancestral homeland. It doesn't matter what you think it is. That is.
That's how they use it.
Yes, it is. That is literally what the definition of Zionism is, and that is how it is used.
Sir, we are from the
What?
land of Judea. That's where the word Jew comes from. Judea.
Well, yeah, I'm not here to talk about 3,000 years ago.
Do you,
I'm here to
no,
talk
no,
about
this
what's
is this
happening
no.
now.
Zionism has been around for thousands of years. Political Zionism it literally has. There's literally songs from the Jewish people from the first Babylonian exile.
The Jews, according to the Torah, are forbidden to have their own land.
No, that is not true.
That's, okay, well, I'm not going
Wait, Hollywood, you no, Hollywood, you claim that as a fact. Where does it say that in the Torah?
Yeah, I don't have the book next to me.
I do.
Hollywood, you said you're from the Netherlands.
Yeah.
Are you Dutch person?
Participate in any pogroms recently?
Sorry?
Nothing.
There wasn't a pogrom. That's also
Yeah,
something
hunting
that's
Jews down in the street and beating them is not a pogrom.
That was not hunting Jews down. It was hunting Zionists down.
Wait, Hollywood, shut up. You're telling me that all those Muslims with bats and knives and sticks walked up to every single person and before they beat the living shit out of them and stole their passports went, hey, are you a Zionist?
First of all, they didn't beat the living shit out
Yes,
of them.
they did.
There were minor injuries.
No.
only
People were
minor
literally
injuries, so
beat with
that's-
bats and stabbed and thrown in rivers. You're telling me that they literally went up to every single person and went, hey, are you a Zionist? Because you're not answering the question. Did they walk up to every single person and go, are you a Zionist?
They did in some cases, yes.
No, the fuck they didn't. They filmed it
wanted to see the
themselves.
passport.
No. They filmed it. Your passport doesn't say you're a Zionist. Your passport doesn't go
Say you're an
Zionist.
Israeli, yes or no.
Doesn't matter.
Listen,
No.
let me say this,
Wait.
let me
Hang
say
on.
this.
So you're saying they walked up to every single person. You know, the videos of them actually sprinting up to people and just starting beating the shit out of them. They walked up to that person. But hang on, stop. You said they asked to see their passport. So why did I not see them ask for the person's passport in the span of turning on the camera, hitting record, sprinting up, and going, Allahu Akbar, as they beat the shit out of him? At what point did they ask for that man's passport? Because I didn't see it.
But again, you said that Zionism was just an ideology. Now you're switching it and said, are they Israeli?
The
Yeah, I got.
so-called-
Hey, Hammer, I got the same one.
so-called
Look at that.
I know, I bought you.
I know.
They planned it days in advance.
What does this mean?
This was a reaction.
What does this mean? What does
when
this mean?
Taxi
Yeah,
drivers
great.
got
It was a
attacked.
reaction. Yeah, it was a
Yeah,
reaction.
reaction 2 days later to just beat up all Jews. Yeah, that makes
Yeah,
sense.
it was a reaction. That's
No,
why they kept doing it
Israelis.
for. That's why they kept
And you know what? I'm gonna say something, but which you're not gonna like.
No. Wait.
You
Two
know what?
days,
Goodbye.
2 days later,
Goodbye.
they lit a tram car on fire and started screaming
Oh, what-
cancerous Jews.
Yeah,
I guess
what a
that was
fucking-
a reaction too.
Hammer, can you please read for us?
Genesis 13:14 through 13:17. Hashem said to Abram after Lot had parted from him, "Raise now your eyes and look out from where you are, northward, southward, eastward, and westward. For all the land that you see, to you will I give it, and to your descendants forever. I will make your offspring as the dust of the earth, so that if one can count the dust of the earth, then your offering too can be counted. Arise, walk about the land through its length and breadth, for to you will I give it." Sounds like the opposite of what these morons think. And it goes, you can't go a chapter basically in the Torah without it saying that the land belongs to the Jews.
Also, no, I do not think that they committed war crimes against Jews. They committed a pogrom. They were literally hunting down Jews. People in Amsterdam Muslims in Amsterdam hunting down Jews to beat them up is not a war crime. It's just a pogrom.
Netherlands has a history of that, so.
Yeah.
Hey everyone, how's it going? UK?
Hello, H. What's up?
All good, all good. I've not spoken to pro-Israelis ever because I never get the chance to, but it's an interesting conversation to have. I think I'm obviously pro-Palestine, but I'll get to that when I get to that. And I wanted to kind of hear from you guys. You've got the Torah on. We spoke about Zionism with Hollywood. I was just looking up Zionism on the internet because I don't want to say anything out of feelings or emotions or anything like that, because history is history for a reason. I think, Zionism from definition, and this is me reading it off the laptop, so I will say it as soon as you search for Zionism on the internet. Zionism is a Jewish nationalist movement that seeks to establish and support a Jewish state in Palestine and the ancient homeland of the Jewish people. The word Zionist comes from Zion, a hill near Jerusalem, where Judaism teaches the teachings that God dwells. Right? All of
Is that
stuff.
reading that from Wikipedia?
No, that's me reading it from Google itself, right? AI's.
Is that the good? Yeah, it's not a nationalist movement because again, Jews are not a nation. Israel is a nation, and you can have a nationalist movement for Israel, but Israel could be called fucking falafel.
I would actually disagree with that. I do think it's a national.
I'm going definitionally.
My issue is, and
Sam,
obviously
have you
this
ever
is-
used the Wayback Machine?
Yeah.
Type that into the Wayback Machine.
Yeah, but I don't know. A regular Google
Going
search
back to
is
the
going to be
Wayback
different.
Machine, I mean, the entire internet's written by people, so anything can be written by anyone, right? But then the thing is with Zionism, do you not feel like it's an extreme form of nationalism?
No.
No, I feel that it's an indigenous rights movement.
Here's
It's
the
an
thing
indigenous
about
rights
here's the
movement.
thing about Zionism. You can have right-wing Zionists, you can
Yep.
have left-wing Zionists, you can have
Yep.
liberal Zionists, you can have religious Zionists. So it is not an extremist ideology, considering you have many people who hold different ideologies that can all still be Zionists.
That's right. Agreed. No problem. That's the thing with every group possible, right? But then mentioning Israel being the good guys, right? Say when the Balfour Accords in 1948 happened and then the Nakba happened. Why is the Nakba something that
I'm sorry. Did you just say the Balfour Accords of 1948?
Yeah, dude, you're mixing up a whole bunch of things. Balfour happened in 1917.
And it was never implemented.
It was called the Balfour Declaration.
Declaration was added in 1917. Right?
Yes.
The letter was 1917, not 1970.
But it's a
Sorry if I get my
declaration.
dates wrong. I'm here to be educated as well. I'm not here to
Say that
ask you.
again? Wait, what did you just say?
He
Sorry?
He said if I'm
what
wrong,
did
I'm
you
right.
say about 1917? What was that?
The Balfour Declaration.
Was in 1917, correct?
Yes. So in that, obviously, what happened was, let's talk about, like, the first thing I wanted to ask about is the Nakba. What happened during the Nakba from a perspective that obviously I've got a biased perspective being a Palestine supporter.
I use the Arab perspective of that. I use the perspective of the people who are there, the anti-Zionists, and the dude that literally coined the term Nakba, Konstantin Zarek. The Nakba itself, the actual Nakba, was the failure of the Arab armies to fight off the Jewish armies and their failure of running away. The dude who coined the term Nakba, that is what he defined the Nakba as. I'm sure that you, as a pro-Palestinian, would say, oh, it's the expulsion of 750,000 people from that land, specifically Palestinians. When even though Palestinian was not even a national identity then, the Arabs did not see themselves as Palestinians until 1964. And even though the immigration records from the United Nations and the surrounding nations show that there was only 330,000 people or Arabs in that land that left their homes, a third of which still ended up inside Palestinian territory as we know it today.
Cool. So then, United Nations, the United Nations website obviously says the Nakba, which means catastrophe in Arabic. I'm reading off the internet so that no one's saying, "Oh, he's just bringing things out of his backside and he's just spewing it for the sake of wasting people's time." I'm trying to learn, educate, and also see, get an understanding from everyone. The Nakba refers to the mass displacement and depossession of Palestinians during the 48 Arab-Israeli war. Before the Nakba, Palestine was a multi-ethnic, multicultural society. However, the conflict between Arabs and Jews intensified in the 1930s with increases of Jewish immigration driven by persecution in Europe, with the Zionist movement aiming to establish a Jewish state in Palestine. Now, when Palestine opens their arms to kind of the Jews coming in after the war.
They didn't.
I mean,
No. Like the famous image you'll see of like the boat, don't crush our dreams, like Europe did. That boat? They literally turned down the Jews. He's talking specifically about that period. They literally took that boat. It never made landfall, and they sent it to a concentration camp.
But also, when they refer to in the history books about Palestinians helping, it's Jewish Palestinians, because under the British mandate, Arabs and Jews were both referred to as Palestinians.
Sure. Then the issue that's happened isn't, for me, the issue isn't this is your home, this is your place, whatever, because there could always have been a two-state solution where people can live in harmony. Now, I mean, look at where we live in the West, right? We live in harmony with all religions,
Yeah, they could have said yes to a state when they were offered, but they said no and started a war instead.
Well, obviously, because at that time, if you remember...
Here, let me just show you something real quick. This is from the United Nations.
Were you there? Were you there that you remember it?
This is from the United Nations.
Unfortunately, I wasn't there.
Hang on.
Unfortunately, I wasn't there, but go for it.
Hang on real quick. So this is from the United Nations. Progress report of the United Nations, mediator on Palestine, submitted to the Secretary General for transmission to the members of the United Nations. Now, this is from May of 1948. Now, if we go to page 46, we look here. This shows the immigration of people that went to different places who were displaced. So if we look at this right here, it says a total of 330,000 Arab refugees distributed approximately as follows: Iraq, 3,000; Lebanon, 50,000; Syria, 70,000; Transjordan, 50,000; Nablus, Ramallah, 80,000; and Gaza, 65,000.
You forgot to say Arab Palestine. You forgot to say Arab Palestine.
What, Palestine? Yeah, the area that ended up becoming Arab land, and Egypt, which is funny because if you take the 80,000 and the 65,000 away from the 30,000, I'm dumb at math now. Hang on. So if we talk about that and we say 330, yeah, that's
145,000.
Yeah, 100.
So that's 145,000, 80 plus 65.
So if we take that away from 330, that's how many people were actually displaced per the UN, who literally counted people. They even talk about it in this report, how they had to go find people who were trying to hide because they didn't want to be captured and they thought they were going to be captured and stuff. They literally hunted down and found all these people and counted them. So that's how many refugees, according to the United Nations, actually were displaced in the 1948 war. Now we can even look at the readings from the people who were there in the meetings. There's a book titled "This Is Israel" from I.F. Stone. He's a British investigative journalist who was literally there. He has transcripts from the meetings between British military leaders, Jewish leaders, Arab leaders. He's got records from the British military archives. He talks about how the Arab leaders, the people here, they literally ordered them to leave. They essentially said, hey, leave for 2 weeks. We're going to kick some Jewish ass. We're going to slaughter all the Jews. Then you can come back and take their shit. And we will divide the land amongst the Arab nations. Like, they weren't even planning to make a Palestine then. And this is, again, in the book, This Is Israel. Let me...
I think Palestine's is a weird one because, you know, the whole thing about the Arab nations and some of the Middle Eastern countries not supporting Palestine and their cause. For me, the issue with Palestine and Israel is obviously the casualties on both sides. Both sides. That's where it gets...
Here, this is the book, by the way. Let me...
Go for it.
Let me pull this up. This is the book. It's called This Is Israel. It's by I.F. Stone. Again, he was a British investigative journalist who was there at the time. What?
I sent that to you.
Yeah, I know. I've got. I'll have to show you the Dropbox link, Cameron. But yeah, this is the book. You could also look at. Hang on. Well, there's one more. You can look at a. Oh, here we go. A River Without Bridges. This is a book of the exodus of the Palestinian Arab refugees of 1967. They interview both. It's by Peter Dodd and Hamlin Barakat. They interview both refugees from the 1967 and from the 1948 war. And when interviewing refugees from the 1948 war, they found that 68% of them never even saw a single Israeli. Like, not even an Israeli soldier, just a single Israeli. 68% of them were already leaving on their own because they were ordered to by the Arab leaders. Yes, you did send me this one.
God, I'm great.
Yes, you are.
So, given that, let's say, you know, Zionism goes through correctly and it goes through peacefully. What was the purpose of, say, where we're at today in 2024, where we're having mass genocide happening in Palestine, which I know all of you guys will not agree with that word.
Well,
I'm sure
if you're going to say mass, first of all, adding mass, like 43,000 deaths compared to literally every other conflict going on in the world right now is fucking nothing. But I also have not seen a genocide in the history of genocide where the population actively had a net positive or net gain during said genocide. Like, there has literally been more births and deaths in Gaza since the war started.
When you say war started,
Since this war started October 7th, there's been more births than deaths. Even if you want to say 1948 until now, the Palestinian population, no pun intended, has fucking exploded since then. Like,
sure,
this is not even.
Obviously, could you imagine? Go for it.
Yeah.
I don't want to talk.
No. She just repeated something I said. No, you're good.
Sure. So, births happening. That's just between people. They're getting pregnant. They're doing what they're gonna do. If you have an extinction happening or some sort of war happening, I don't know. It could be human nature to go. Let's try and reproduce so that we have more and more and more. And
really, were there a lot of births during the Holocaust? Were there a lot of people giving birth?
But the thing with the Holocaust,
or in Rwanda.
Rwanda, the Holocaust was done in a very different way.
That's what we're saying though is you cannot give an example of any single genocide in history where there was an active population growth. Period. Ever.
Could you give me a source of the population growth? Because I would love
the
to
United
know that
Nations.
as well.
Yeah, here.
Yep. Because like the ICC and the ICJ have both said, okay, there is some sort of there is a war crime happening.
No, the ICJ and the ICC have not said that.
No, they haven't.
Okay.
They have not.
Very clearly, they have not.
The ICC hasn't even taken the case, and the ICJ hasn't ruled yet on the initial hearing.
They also had the former president of the ICJ came out and did a special interview just to clear up the legalese for everybody who can't understand it. Clearly saying that, you know, whatever you think is plausible evidence of it is not what they were saying.
So would you? So the court found that Israel responsible for racial segregation and apartheid against the Palestinians. And
No,
that
they
named
did
out a long
not.
list of abuses and
Hang
violations.
on. I'm getting you the source first, real quick. For
Why are you changing the subject?
We're sticking to the first part. We're sticking to the first part.
Changing from genocide. Why'd you change that?
But sorry,
stick with genocide. Let's stick there.
Here, hang on.
Yep.
Let's go to United Nations real quick right here. This is from the United Nations.
And you're
I'm
also
not going to use their tweet. I'm going to use an actual article from the United Nations. An estimated 60,000 women have given birth in Gaza since the start of the conflict 1 year ago. In that time, they've been able to personally help 45,000 of those women deliver safely. So of the 60,000 plus births, the UN has personally witnessed over 45,000 of them.
Yeah, but then if you look at the
No. Doesn't that you hang on? Are you going to acknowledge though at least like, hey, there has literally been more births and deaths, so they've had a population growth.
Sure. Let's go back to the screen that you were showing, and I want to finish off that sentence. You know, it's good if we're citing the same sources at this point, right? So then, if you see, and now many health centers are already barely functioning, shuttering because staff are trapped at home by fighting, unable to report at work.
That's what happens at work.
What do you mean?
That's what happens in war. Like, war happens.
But the thing with war is between two armies, right? What are the armies in Palestine?
Well, it's the definition is not between two armies. It could be between militia groups. It could be between full militaries. The the military in Gaza is the Al-Qassam Brigade, the military wing of Hamas. Also, to the dude that's supporting Dan Bilzerian, cool, way to go, Yahtzee. To the subs in the chat, go ahead and spam the Yahtzee sticker. We got another one, boys.
So
let's just add that to the Yahtzee counter.
Also, ICJ hasn't ruled on anything
We're-
like what you just
we already said that.
And they recently had a deadline to put in evidence forward. They tried to get an extension for it. They were denied. And the evidence they provided was apparently social media videos.
Yeah, but that's the same evidence the Israelis have provided for October 6th with the burning babies, right? We still don't know where these burning babies.
No, the whole thing of burning babies. There's literally an article. Hang on.
So we are still agreeing
We
that
have
they were
third-party
definitely burning babies.
investigations and GoPro footage that they recorded themselves, not stuff that they push out on social media.
Here. If you want to see the proof of burned babies, including some babies being beheaded, go and look at this article. Take a screenshot of it. It's called, this is from Medialine. This is called Evidence on Display at Israel's Forensic Pathology Center Confirms Hamas Atrocities. Now, if we go and look up the word beheaded, because I'm not going to look up, because there's images in here that I can't show. Oop. Yeah, let's scroll past that. Hang on, let me drag it off screen first. If you look up, here we go. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. One of the people explained the range of victims, or the age range of victims, spans from 3 months to 80 or 90 years old. Many bodies, including those of babies, were without heads. And they said they couldn't even tell how it happened. They couldn't tell if it was before or after they were unalive. But the fact is, it still happened. Now, there is images in there where they show burned babies. They have 3D analysis and autopsies, and this stuff is on display in Israel. Like, they show you the 3D scans, the pictures of the autopsies. They show you all of it. So there is proof of burned bodies. This isn't like social media stuff.
Fine. So what was the death toll on October 7th?
About 1,200, or a little under 1,200.
Right. Now, since October 7th, there's been a 40,000 death toll in the other side, right? So, this is the question. I don't want to quote Piers because I don't like the guy, but if you talk about proportionate response, do you guys, as a unit, all three of you guys, you think it's still a proportionate response?
Proportionality is not a thing in war.
I don't
You
believe
know,
in proportionate response.
Yeah.
I
So
want
so
H,
disproportionate.
I agree with you. I think that we should have gone door to door, just throwing grenades in and pew-pewing children through the door. Would that be proportionate enough for you?
Yeah, like if you're talking about proportionate, that would mean doing the exact same thing that Hamas did, which is literally going door to door, grabbing women and children in shelters and blowing them up and unaliving them with your bare hands and filming it and posting it on social media. Israel is not a monstrous nation. They are above that. They are conducting an actual war. But also on top of that, you realize that you realize that of the 43,000 deaths, there's militants in there. You know that, right?
yeah, but of course there's militants there.
Okay,
I'm
yeah,
sure
because
there
the
are.
Gaza
I'm sure
Ministry
there
of
are.
Health openly states they don't differentiate.
But let me respond to that. You keep saying that Israel's a good guy, like they're doing it right. Then let's talk about Rajab. You know about Hind Rajab, the child who was.
Oh, I love this one. Okay, hang on. What was it that unalived her? What is your claim that unalived her?
Bullets. It was
What
bullets?
bullets?
By the Israeli.
What bullets?
It was,
What kind of bullets? Size, caliber?
doesn't matter.
No, it does.
Why does
It really does. Because the claim from the Palestinian side was first that she was blown up by the missile that unalived the parents in the front of the car. Well, that was proven false. Then it was, the car was hit by a tank shell. And when asked what kind of tank shell, they said a heat round, a high explosive anti-tank round. She would have been liquid. There would have been no body left. Then it was, it was the 350 50 caliber machine gun rounds that unalived her. There would be no body left. She would be liquid. Yet when they pulled her body out, there was no bullet holes. There was no giant missing limbs. She looked like she had died of dehydration. She was trapped in a car.
In a war zone.
Rajab, who
Why was she in a war zone?
has been behind the
wait, hold on.
entirety of so many protests, you're saying died
Why
of
was she in a war zone? Why was she there? Why didn't she go to
because they were
Why didn't she go to the
fleeing.
humanitarian zone?
Because they were on their way to the humanitarian zone.
No, they weren't.
They had left the humanitarian zone.
They were nowhere near it.
Yeah, no, they were.
Back. Where were they going? I want to ask you, were they going to go there?
Nobody knows. Nobody knows where they were going.
This is a child who is
Okay.
not Hamas.
You didn't go by yourself. Her parents
Yeah,
took her,
but
or
again,
her family took her.
the burden of proof is on the pro-Palestinian community here to prove that Israel did it. The problem is that every single hang on. The problem is that everything. Hang on, H. Hey, H. The problem is every single thing they have used as the proof that Israel did it has not actually been substantiated. Again, first they said it was the missile, which is impossible based on the evidence presented in the vehicle. Then they said it was the tank round, also impossible based on the evidence of the tank. Then they said it was the 50 caliber machine gun rounds, also impossible based on the evidence of the vehicle. Like everything that they said unalived her, it is physically based on her body. It is physically impossible that those things did it. So if all 3 or 4 of the claims that they have said to prove that Israel did it have all been debunked, why should I believe anything else they say about that incident? Again, one of the other things they say is there was a tank there. There wasn't even tank tracks in the area. There was nothing. There was no proof. There was nothing. You had a child that was supposedly in a vehicle for 7 days without food and water. You expect me to believe that that child survived 7 days without food and water, and that it was bullets that unalived her?
Alright, so you've said Rajab died by herself. Israeli no involvement. Then,
No, I'm saying that unfortunately she died in the middle of a war zone, and we don't know what happened. But I'm not going to blame Israel because I didn't. There's no proof.
Okay, then what about a man who, in video, was raped in prison by
Yeah,
Israelis?
no, that also was debunked.
Okay,
The
so
video,
that
if you
was also
actually
fake.
watch, hang on, if you can go do this yourself. You go watch the video proof. If you watched it, like, hey, they went from here to this area. It's from 3 different days. It's spliced up. You can see the date and timestamp in the corner of the video. It cuts from 3 different days. It's not one continuous video. They performed a strip search on him, which is a thing that people get done in prison. It was found that he had something up his keister, up his prison wallet. A medical examination was done by 2 Arab and 1 Jewish doctors who all confirmed that there was no sign of anything. So, like, when someone has something done, when someone has something done against their will to that region, there is abrasions, there is tearing, there's very, very obvious physical signs. He'd even recently had a surgery done in that region. The doctors did an examination of him and determined there was no damage to that tissue, including had they done something to him, it would have damaged the previous injury he had from the surgery he had in that region. They determined, based on the evidence, again, the Arab and Jewish doctors determined that he had literally keistered something up his butthole and that they caught him with it and they told him to take it out.
Okay, so once again, nothing's ever done wrong by Israel since October.
No, I've never said
No,
that.
absolutely nothing was done. Because this is the thing, right?
No,
In an
it's
army-
not
in
that
an
nothing.
army,
No,
in
it's
every
not. No,
army-
no. You're making an
in
argument I
every-
didn't say.
Can I-
You're
can I-
making
can
an
I
argument I
respond?
didn't say.
Let me respond. I just want to respond. Look, I'm not trying to be argumentative, and I'm not going on a anger spree. You know, I'm a Muslim man who's not an angry Muslim man. I know that's a big shock to you guys as well. Look, if you guys will always deny any wronging from Israel and spew
No,
any
it's
sort of
no,
evidence
it's
against
not
it,
that. No, you're making an you're making an argument. You're making an argument that I'm not making. I'm not saying that Israel's perfect. I'm not saying that Israel's done anything wrong. The problem is the things you are bringing up are not factual in their presentation. You are bringing stuff up just because. Hang on, just because the facts don't agree with what you thought doesn't mean that I'm saying Israel's perfect. It doesn't mean that I'm saying I am very critical of Israel. But again, the facts, the things that you are presenting are not facts. So again, the medical exam from the Arab and Israeli doctors shows that he did it to himself. This is the medical examination that was done by the doctors to that man. It shows that he did it to himself, or he keistered the item himself. They caught him and had him take it out in a strip search. That's all it is.
But this is
I'll
what
tell
I'm
you
trying to
something
say,
Israel's
right?
done wrong.
Like, if you guys
I'll
are,
tell
I
you
mean,
something Israel's done wrong.
So Israel's not done anything wrong.
I just said I will tell you something they've done wrong.
Go for it. Go for it. Go for it.
They've been far too merciful and far too gentle with the sodomites that live in Gaza. The fact of the matter is, those people deserve everything they get. They supported a terrorist group by over 70%. They celebrated and screamed to your dog shit God as they were dragging our hostages and our dead through Gaza. They were screaming Allahu Akbar and spitting and beating on our. I'm talking.
I'm just saying.
Talking. I'm talking.
I'm just
talking
saying.
right now. I'm talking.
I'm just saying.
I'm talking. I'm talking. Go pray to your two right-handed God, okay? While I'm talking. And they were too gentle and too merciful to these disgusting human beings, these vile creatures who celebrated in the name of your disgusting God at the slaughter, the grape of our women and men, by the way, because your boys graped men. They even grape dead bodies, by the way, because you guys are disgusting shit stain on the earth. And Israel's been way too kind, way too merciful. We should have gone in harder and faster and kicked more ass, because the people of Gaza need to suffer. They need to suffer for what they did so that they turn on their disgusting leadership. And that's the fastest way you can bring an end to this war, is by having Hamas lay down their arms and returning our fucking hostages. Many of those hostages are kept in homes of civilians who deserve everything they get. Every time they suffer, every time they whine and complain, it's their own fault for supporting this disgusting, vile evil. This is what you get. This is what you get when you fuck around. Jewish blood isn't cheap anymore. Okay? There's no more Holocaust. Israel will defend Jewish blood. It's been cheap in the past, especially with Muslims. But it's not cheap anymore.
Breaking news. This
And
is
you're
actually
paying the price for supporting evil. And I, for one, have no sympathy for those disgusting, vile creatures, the sodomites of Gaza, because they celebrated.
Hang on, Hammer. This is important. This is important. Hey, I know I got a lot of Ukrainian viewers. If you have family in Odessa, please check on them right now. Reports as of 10 minutes ago, a bunch of Russian cluster munitions just exploded over a playground in Odessa, Ukraine. There's reports of a lot of civilian casualties. I'm already seeing videos of Ukrainians on the ground. So if you have family in Odessa, please check on them. Another war crime by Russia. Sorry, continue, Hammer.
To finish that, that's what Israel's done wrong. They worry too much about what the world community would think when these people are disgusting. The videos of regular people, kids, children, beating on dead bodies, spitting on dead bodies, beating on women, standing in line for the opportunity to spit at female hostages. Fuck those people. They deserve what they're getting. They're the enemy. They supported evil, and this is their punishment. And you know what? Allah agrees with me, because if your God was anything, he would do something to stop it. But your God wants this to happen. Your God, who has 2 right hands and 1 shin, wants this to happen, because Allah is all powerful and all knowing, and yet he's doing nothing to stop it. It means he supports it. All right, I gotta go to bed. It's late.
If anyone is a subscriber in chat, please spam the Yahtzee sticker. We just had 2 more Yahtzees in the chat.
Could I respond to what he said before I kind of leave the conversation as well? Just
sure.
I mean, what you've said Israel's good, but he has just come in and said the only thing that they've done wrong is not be merciful. He's outed my religion. He said that was Islamophobic what he said. Right, because he said my religion is.
Well, Islamophobic would definitely be irrational. When Jews don't have an irrational fear of the religion that openly wants to unalive them all, like the Islamic group. No, the Islamic groups openly use religion as a justification for the unaliving of Jews. Like it's literally in Hamas's founding charter that they use religion as a justification to unalive Jews.
Do you agree with what's been said by King Hebrew or whatever his name
I don't
was?
agree with everything, but I agree that Islam has an inherent violence that wants to unalive Jews. Like it's literally in the scripture multiple times that they will unalive all the Jews and the non-believers. Like the hadiths in Sahih al-Bukhari, they literally talk about unaliving all the Jews. Islamic groups and imams and sheikhs regularly quote scripture with justification to unalive all the Jews.
Look, this is the thing, right? I can't hear that much bad about my religion and my religion be called the bad one, right? He's just done Islamophobia to me, and it's like, oh, it's not Islamophobia because this is a real Islam is like this. But if I was to say anything that was anti-Semitic, that Yahtzee counter would go up. And
if you are critical of Judaism, that's fine. I don't give a shit. I'm not even religious. I'm a random fucking agnostic white dude. But guess what? I read religious texts. I read I've got a fucking Torah here. I've got a Quran. I've got a fucking. I've got King James Bible. I've got fucking Confucianism, Buddhism, Hinduism. I read all that shit. And Islam is inherently violent.
Okay.
Oh, so someone in Twitch chat's mad. Someone in Twitch. You fucking white inbred. Why do you hate Jews? What? BDK Kodo. Hang on. Hang on to Twitch chat. Hang on. Hang on. I gotta ask the person in Twitch chat. The dude in Twitch chat. Who the hell are you talking to? When did I say anything against Jews? What are you talking about? Go ahead, H.
Yeah. So, what? Forgetting what's happened, what do you think is the rightful kind of result of all of this?
An event.
Exterminate all the Palestinians and live in Israel. Say all the Palestinians get exterminated, every single one.
I wouldn't call for that.
The way you said, we go in. Can I listen?
No, because you're putting something into my mouth. I would never say exterminate all Palestinians.
You've literally said what we should have done is be less.
That's also not what he said. Yeah, no. Hammer, myself, nor Hammer have stated unalive all Palestinians. That would indeed be a genocide.
Be more merciful.
Yeah, that doesn't mean unalive them all.
So what is prison them all? Put them all in prisons.
No, he didn't say that either.
So what is from your side the accurate, as someone who's agnostic? You don't define yourself as a Jewish person, whatever. What is your end result? What is the end result? You get your state, all of the Palestinians have been wiped out. Is that what you want?
I have multiple times said that is not what I am advocating for.
So what are you advocating for?
I am advocating for the people of Gaza and the West Bank to stop trying to unalive Jews. That's it. Stop trying to unalive Jews and everything will be fine. Love your children. Hang on. Love their children more than they love unaliving Jews. Stop sending hundreds of thousands of children to summer camps where they literally teach children how to behead Jews. Stop teaching children in textbooks that Jews are the root of all evil. Stop or start loving your children more than you want to unalive Jews, and there will be fucking peace. That's
Why
it.
can't Jews lead by example then?
You mean like by the multiple peace deals they've offered and the multiple times Jews have said, stop trying to unalive us?
I'm laughing because literally, as you Google it now, the Hamas has literally agreed for a ceasefire 4 times. 4 times they said, we'll give back the hostages. Let's have a ceasefire.
So what they agreed to, hang on. No, that's not true. I want you to keep reading. I want you to keep reading those. My righteous leader, nothing. I'm not fucking Israeli. The problem is you're reading something that you're not reading the entirety of, because those agreements that they have accepted is when Israel has proposed something, America has read over it, changed it a little bit, and proposed it to Hamas. Hamas changes it up a bunch and goes, we accept. Hang on. Stop. That's not what I said. Stop putting words in my mouth. Israel writes something, America writes something, and then they hand it to Hamas, and Hamas goes, crumples it up, throws it out, writes up their own agreement, and goes, look, we agree to this. And Israel goes, what the fuck? Why would I accept that? It's nothing. It's nothing. We just said, stop. No, it's not. You're blatantly lying. The last agreement, the last ceasefire hostage deal that Israel presented gave Hamas literally everything they asked for. Literally everything. Full withdrawal of Israeli troops. Full everything. Hamas openly, publicly stated, why would we do that? Why would we have Israel right where we want them? Why would we accept a ceasefire? They publicly stated that. So the notion that Israel is the one denying ceasefires and that Hamas is the only one accepting ceasefires is absolute bullshit.
This conversation is going to get to a point where anything I say is going to be a lie, and everything you say is going to be the truth. But with that, I've got to get going. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day, all of you involved, because as human, I want peace and love for everyone. I don't care if you're a Jew. I don't care if you're a Zionist. I don't care what you believe in. Live a life, man. Be happy. There's more to the fucking world than killing people, getting whatever. And that goes on both sides, right? There's been enough death tolls on both sides, enough torture, enough whatever, right? Whatever you believe in, we don't know what's going to happen in the next 10, 20, 40, 50, 60 years. This is going to be a spiral that's just going to continue no matter what. With that being said, I wish you personally have a wonderful day. And the person who, said things about my religion, I want him to have a wonderful day as well. Because believe it or not, my religion is the religion of peace. You can deny it all day long. You can have a tattoo on your arm saying Islam is violent. I don't care because I know what Islam is. I was born in it. So with that, have a wonderful day and speak to you guys soon. Cheers.
I want to read some comments out from an account that was created 7 minutes ago on Twitch. Someone had to go 7 minutes ago to create an account to say all these things. They said, you fucking white inbred, why do you hate Jews? To which I was very confused. They then said, racist anti-Semite, you whites are cancer to the human race. Grape all women or white women by browns and blacks. Y'all deserve it. White women are just, S-dolls for colored men. I am so fucking confused. Let's just ban that account. And let's report all those hateful messages from the 7-minute-old account. Okay, just popping it. Hey Thor, you missed some really crazy shit. You should read the stuff above you in chat, Thor. Oh Jesus, what is going on? Oh, he got his feelings hurt. Oh, so saying that, quote, the Roman soldiers did the right thing by unaliving the bastard Jesus, that's... Okay. Apparently that's not something to get upset about. Oh, my eyes. Contacts are dry. Hello. How's it going?
Hey. Hey, Sam, how are you?
Doing okay.
Hey, bro, first of all, just want to say I heavily respect what you're doing. It takes a lot of bravery to stand with a side that's completely and utterly hated.
Oh, dude, I went to a pro-Palestinian protest the other day, and they wouldn't even talk to me. Like, there's like 200 people there. None of them would talk to me.
Exactly. Like, there's heaps of stuff. Like, I love how, like, your TikTok chat's going crazy, and it's like, it's saying that Israel's committing genocide on Muslims, and there's many factors. For example, like the bomb ratio from Israel is like, what is it? I think one.
Well, if you look at it's a little bit less than anything right now. But if you look at the actual civilian to combatant death ratio based on Hamas's numbers, you currently have a 1.47 to 1 civilian to combatant death ratio, which is the lowest in the history of urban warfare.
Yeah, exactly. And people are going around saying that it's a bloody genocide. Well, it's like, if it's a genocide, why don't you just drop a massive bomb on them? It's like
That could solve things very fast.
Incorrect. Exactly. Like, if it's a genocide, why don't they just drop a massive bomb? Hamas steals humanitarian aid. There was 24,000 trucks in total that has gone from Israel to Palestine that was stolen by Hamas in a way to supply themselves. Civilian casualties are mainly because they are mainly reported more than that Hamas is reporting their own deaths. They are also there is photo evidence, video evidence, documents from both Western media and from our media, the site was called, of literal military-grade rockets, ammunition, weapons in civilian households. There is multiple videos of it. And that leaves Israel with two choices. Leave Hamas with those strong points in those civilian areas, or risk it. And what do you think Israel's going to do when their civilians are threatened, like on October 7th, how they paraglided over the walls and they shot up a music festival, killing countless children, women and men, including my cousin, may he rest in peace. And they shot and killed him. And there was not a single military target there at all. At all. Not one. No military targets. They shot up civilians. It's disgusting.
Krabby, what happened October 6th? There was a ceasefire on October 6th.
And there's heaps of examples. You can, like, for example, Israel gave up the Gaza Strip in an attempt for peace. They tried for peace. They literally tried for peace. If it wasn't for Hamas attacking on October 7th civilian targets and taking hostages, this war wouldn't have happened.
2005, they pulled out unilaterally in an attempt for peace, and the Gazans took it, crumpled it up, and spit in it.
I love how someone's spamming the lies in chat. Google it right now. You will find exactly what we're talking about, and you'll realize that.
No, they're saying there wasn't a ceasefire on October 6th.
Oh.
There was before October 7th. There was a ceasefire.
I mean, there was literally a peace deal signed. You can search it. Like, there was.
I mean, even the fucking first ceasefire of this war, they violated within 15 minutes. 15 minutes after the war started, they were launching rockets. 3 rockets launched 15 minutes after the ceasefire started. What a weird thing to debate for rage bait and views. This isn't for rage bait. This is for actual conversations and debunking misinformation and educating people, Slick.
Society falls apart when people stop communicating.
But if you're going to sit there and complain and want to sit and whine and sit in your own echo chamber, then be my guest. Go ahead and scroll right on by. Okay, I've got like 20 minutes left. Makes me doubt Muhammad even more that the other side broke these treaties. What the fuck does a treaty have to do with Muhammad? What? What are you talking?
I think they're trying to refer to Islamic violence. I'm assuming ISIS, the beheadings and stuff. I don't know, something like that.
I don't know. I mean, they haven't done anything that Muhammad did.
I mean, I kind of want to respond, even though the dude has left. I kind of want to respond to his statement of Islam as a peace religion. I mean, for example, I could give one of many. The Crusades was started because of Islamic terror and invasion of 18 Christian countries. There's multiple verses in the Quran where men can slap.
Or I could just do this. I could just do this. I could read. I could just read from the Covenant of the Islamic Resistance Movement in the name of the most merciful Allah. So religious based, and we can go down to Article 7 here, where the last section of Article 7 is literally a hadith from Sahih al-Bukhari, authentic, where it says the day of judgment will not come about until the Muslims fight the Jews, unaliving the Jews. When the Jew will hide behind the stones of the trees of the trees will say, "O Muslim, O Abdullah, there's a Jew behind me. Come and unalive him." Only the Garquad tree, evidently a certain kind of tree, one of the Jew, would not do this because it is one of the trees of the Jew. Or we could go to Fatih Hamad, 2019, explode quote.
Real Palestinian hostages from Zionists.
Wait. Let's read this. Let's read this. This is from Fatih Hamad, a Hamas leader in 2019. If the siege is not undone, we will explode in the face of our enemies with God's permission. The explosion is not only going to be in Gaza, but also in the West Bank and abroad, God willing. But our brothers outside are preparing, trying to prepare, warming up. 7 million Palestinians outside, enough warming up. You have Jews with you in every place. You should attack every Jew possible in all of the world and unalive them. Wow, that sounds
Yeah, and it's like
so peaceful.
Can show all this proof. We can show all this proof, and the fact that you still got people just like they're not even trying to have a conversation. They're just screaming at us.
This person just says, "Good guys don't unalive civilians. Civilians die in war. That is a fact of life. That is a reality that civilians right now need to get used to. That happens in literally every war. It happens. It is an unfortunate reality and side effect of war. War is fucking awful. War is gruesome. It is tragic. It fucking sucks. That's why you don't fucking start one."
That is the dumbest ideology I've ever seen. Him stating that good guys don't unalive civilians, completely forgetting October 7th, completely forgetting the Crusades.
Oh no, they see them. They don't see them as civilians. Remember, they justify it by saying all Israelis serve in the military, so they're not civilians.
Exactly.
They
dehumanize. I have videos, which I'm not going to really go into detail of Israeli hostages being taken through Gaza, and they deliberately like these are civilians. They deliberately slow down these trucks to slap them.
Oh yeah. Someone in Twitch chat pointed out. They said that those last quotes were about as peaceful as a Call of Duty lobby isn't racist. October 7th is a straw man argument. Yo, Mama, do you even know what a straw man argument is? That's not what a straw man is. What are you talking about? That's not what a straw man is.
I've been wanting to do this on my Twitch as well, but I just really haven't had the confidence. I mean, I've got the same amount of followers as you and everything.
Oh, dude, this is my backup. My main account's gone. It just got banned a couple weeks ago.
Oh, did you get? Fuck, that's bullshit.
So for the last 30 days of my account, every single comment and video I posted was automatically flagged and taken down, and I had to appeal everything. So someone said free Palestine. I said from Hamas, ? That was flagged for harassment and bullying, and I lost the appeal. I said really ? To something. That was flagged, and I lost it for community guidelines violations. I had 30 comment violations in the last probably week of that account, and it just disappeared. And I lost the appeal.
You want to know something fucking crazy? I was on TikTok the other day, and I went past his Israeli post, and it was just about how these how they're suffering, and how the Hamas how the civilians in Palestine are screaming free us from Hamas, and there were people in the comments going free Palestine, fuck Israel, and stuff like that. And then I just said free Israel, and I got flagged. Not the fuck Jews, not the fuck Zionists, not the but I got flagged.
They go against anything that opposes them. Like it's not the Palestinian. There we go. An October 7th denier, Israel did it. So here's what bugs me. Here's why I will support the Palestinian people, the ones that don't support Hamas, but I will never support the Palestinian movement. I witnessed and I witness this regularly, and you can go on Twitter and see it all over the place. When actual Palestinians speak, actual people in Gaza, and they support Israel, they get silenced. I was on a live where for 30 minutes, a Gazan citizen, you could look at his account and see he was in Gaza. He was in the Al-Mawasi humanitarian zone. He was supporting his community. He was all his videos were of him making sure people got food or medical supplies, all of it. He was silenced for 30 minutes straight as someone was saying, oh, he's just hungry. He's just doing this so they'll give him food. They're paying him to do propaganda. He doesn't have electricity. He doesn't actually know what's going on. It's like, my man, the dude's on a fucking cell phone right now. You think he can go on TikTok, but he doesn't have electricity to know what's going on in the fucking war? Like, for 30 minutes, he actively tried to silence this actual Gazan citizen because it went against his own narrative. This Gazan citizen was like, look, I know the IDF's not targeting me, but it really fucking sucks that Hamas is even in the camp. And we can't do anything about it. And I can't tell the IDF where Hamas is because I will be unalive for it. So will my family. Like, actual Gazan civilians are silenced by pro-Palestinians because it doesn't fit what they think the narrative is. And it's disgusting.
Israel's doing war crimes, genocide. You're completely wrong, mate. Look at the other way around.
They can't name a single war crime that Israel's committed, and everything they do is either not a war crime or they're leaving out the massive context that would make it not a war crime.
Yep.
I probably know of more war crimes that Israeli soldiers have actually committed than anyone in this chat.
Yep. Yeah, if Israel wanted to, they could.
Yeah.
Exactly.
All right, little self promo real quick.
And notice how the only countries that are supporting Palestine and the movement to kill these Jews
unalive
is every single Arab country who was under some sort of serious law, say Afghanistan, ISIS, Houthi, not the Houthi, sorry, the obviously Hamas. What's the other one called? It's all
Hezbollah.
Hezbollah. That's
Hang on. So the person just says. So you just admitted that you know of more Israeli soldier war crimes than anyone in this chat. Yes, because I know what an actual war crime is. So I can point to actual examples of war crimes that individual Israeli soldiers have committed. For example, and I've called this out, and the Israeli government punished these people, and they're in military prison right now. There was IDF soldiers that were taking the flags of the unit that was ambushed at the border on October 7th. They were taking the flags and planting them in the butt cheeks of unalived enemy combatants, unalived Hamas members. That is desecration of an enemy combatant body. That is a war crime. Those soldiers are now in jail. There was also soldiers who were dragging the bodies of Hamas members behind their vehicles. That is a war crime. That is desecration of an enemy combatant's body. Those guys are now in prison as they deserve it. There was a soldier that threw a flashbang into a mosque during morning prayer call. That is a war crime. That soldier is now in prison, as he should be. So, yes, I know of actual war crimes, and I know more about them than pretty much anyone in this chat. All right, now, a little self-advertisement here real quick. So, I know a lot of my followers, especially those who support Ukraine, know that I do 3D printing for Ukraine to support the soldiers over there. So TikTok, this is for training purposes. These are training dummies, not real. We print landmines for training purposes, identification, and defusal practice. So this is a PMN 3 or 4, I can't remember. They click. You can also, I also have ones that are a little bit taller, but you still bury them, and they go off with CO2 cans. So like a little 12-gram CO2 can, you pop it in there. It sets it off when you step on it, gives a little puff of air. It's a visual and audio cue. I also have PFM 1 mines. These are just little ones that you toss on the ground for identification purposes. We've also got ones with trip wires. You pull this and it sets off another CO2 can. These are all for training purposes for Ukrainian soldiers. Now, I'm not asking for funds directly for these. You don't have to send me cash, although I do have the payment options in my bio if you would like to. What you can do is in my link tree, I have a Amazon wish list for 3D printing supplies for Ukraine. What you can do is send me a 3D print or a roll of filament directly in the mail. It comes like this, straight from Amazon, and it has the filament that we use to 3D print these mines. These mines then go directly to Ukrainian soldiers on the front lines. I know my chat has already helped me out before. We printed out 900 plus magazine loaders for Ukrainian soldiers that look like shit. I don't know where one went actually. But we printed out 900 magazine loaders for Ukrainian soldiers that went directly to the front line. Those helped out instrumentally. And yeah, if you guys want to help out with that, go to the link tree in my bio. Any money I do make off TikTok goes directly to paying for the shipping to get those over there. Otherwise, I pay for them out of pocket. Sam, why don't you go fight in Ukraine? Hello, view my plate carrier that I wore when I was in Ukraine.
Oh, were you in Ukraine?
Yes.
Thank you for your service.
Hello, view the chunk of my apartment building from when I was in Ukraine. From when the apartment building across the street was hit by a missile and the 80-year-old elderly woman was blown up for no reason. Here,
how long
view the. I wasn't deployed. I went over there voluntarily. So here, view the photo of me with my boys over in Ukraine. Oh, hang on, wait, hang on. I got an even better one. This one's my favorite to pull up. Where did it go?
Free Palestine.
Hang on. I got something to show. Hang on.
Someone asked what your KD is. That's crazy.
I am responsible for a bunch, but nothing directly myself. Okay, cool. Here is a article from the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense with me on the cover. This is about American NATO soldiers or former NATO soldiers going over to Ukraine to train Ukrainian soldiers. Hey, look, there's my fat ass. That's me. That's me. So, what was that about? Go to Ukraine?
I did not see that dude message once after that.
I love when people say that shit. I am actually about what I speak, dude. I am actually about what I talk about. I back up what I fucking claim.
Israel was under the Ottoman Empire, the Roman Empire. They were under different empires for centuries. What
does this dude say? Ukraine doesn't deserve our support. We violated our treaty. What Skandermick? What treaty?
What?
What treaty did we violate? The Estonian soldier on YouTube who helps Ukrainian soldiers. Do not know.
How do you feel about Trump? He says.
Oh, I fucking not hopeful. NATO expanding. Skandermick, can you tell me what document it was that said NATO will not expand? How did I go over there? So I bought a plane ticket. I flew to Poland. I stopped in England, and for 12 hours I was on a layover. That fucking sucked. London is fucking garbage. I'm sorry to my British friends. Clean your fucking city. That place was fucking covered in trash. I went to Parliament, and there was literally human feces on the outside of the Parliament building. That was fucking pathetic. So I took a tour of Parliament. I got back on my plane. I went to Poland. I stayed the night at a friend's house, and then I got on a train and crossed over to Ukraine. I ferried medical supplies back and forth for a bit in the west, in Ternopil and Lviv. And then I got on another train and I went to Kyiv for 12 hours. That was the longest I've ever spent in Kyiv. And then I headed east. Never did ask, do you have any run-ins with Civdiv? To Thor in Twitch chat. That's Civdiv right there. We fucking work together.
Hey, I've got a question.
Mm-hmm.
This is just completely unrelated. I just genuinely want to know.
Mm-hmm.
I've got a mate of mine who's going live on TikTok with only like 240 followers, which is really confusing.
What country is he in?
How's he done that? Australia.
That might be it depends on what country his account was made into, if he bought it. Certain countries have different rules for different amounts of followers to go live. Like in Africa for a bit, it was literally 1 follower.
Oh. Damn.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, look, there's the blame Jews for 9/11 thing.
What the hell?
So let's add the Yahtzee counter. Remember, if you guys subscribe, you get a bunch of fun little stickers. Bob, can you demonstrate all the stickers in chat? So if you subscribe, you get the Yahtzee sticker, which is literally the board game Yahtzee, which allows you to spam this little emote. Bob, where's Bob? Bob. Oh, Miss Blonde, did you still want to come up here? I forgot to bring you up. All who spread lies about 9/11 may God. I got. Let's roll through a couple real quick. I got just a couple minutes left before we finish this. Miss Blonde, did you still want to come up? You can come up if you want, Miss Blonde. I could use a little spiel about the hostages if you get the chance. Dee Dee, you are not connecting. Try again. That's a fact. Notice how BB said 9/11 was the best thing. Cool. So we're just going to go with more blaming Jews for 9/11. Okay, Yahtzee, bye-bye. James, hang on. Oh, the dude finally responded. He finally responded for what agreement was broken. James A. Baker made reassurances to Mikhail Gorbachev. So if I pull up an interview right now where Gorbachev says that was never an actual agreement, what would you say then? Because James Baker did not have the authority to speak on behalf of all of NATO, nor did he have the authority to make any agreement on behalf of NATO. He mentioned one thing in passing, that NATO would not expand with regards to East and West Germany. That was it. That was never signed into agreement. It was never shaken on. Nothing. Never. And on top of that, in 1997, Russia signed the Russia-NATO Founding Act for Peace and Cooperation, in which they openly agreed to NATO expansion.
How many times have you got someone who just like joins the TikTok live and just absolutely just says, like, you know, like,
dude, I get people who jump on here and told me to jump in an oven on a regular basis. I'm not even Jewish. So for a 3-week period on my other account, okay, so I guess Skandrick says there was lag, so I'll repeat it. So Skandrick, or Mike, whatever it is, there was never an agreement to not expand NATO. James Baker's comment and quote was to Mikhail Gorbachev about East and West Germany only, and even then, Mikhail Gorbachev himself and even the CIA reports confirm that it was never actually put into agreement. It was mentioned once in passing, and that was it. James A. Baker did not have the authority to make an agreement on behalf of NATO or even the United States because he did not have approval to make something for the United States. It was a single comment in passing, and that was it. It was never put into writing whatsoever. On top of that, again in 1997, Russia signed the Russian-NATO Founding Act for Peace and Cooperation, in which they agreed to NATO expansion. So for a 3-week period, I had the most anti-Semitic comment section on all of TikTok. I had over 10,000 anti-Semitic comments, and I'm not talking about just like comments overall, just the anti-Semitic ones. I counted over 10,000 of them to the effect of H-Man was right, jump in an oven, here's your striped pajamas, here's a gold star, bring back the painter, over 500 direct DM death threats. I had multiple videos made about me, accusing me of being a secret Jew. They even took a screenshot of my face from some of my videos and did a facial structure analysis of me, in which they measured the proportions of my face to determine that I was secretly a Jew.
what?
Yep.
Such a peaceful religion.
Yeah. It's funny how the far left and the far right are basically one and the same right now because of like horseshoe theory. Like I was on a live a couple weeks ago where one of my friends brought up an actual neo-Yahtzee, like full tattoos and everything. I just wanted to talk to him, like get into his headspace. The dude said something that I didn't realize that it was going to actually be funny. He said, you know, who would have guessed that my biggest competition in hating Jews would be a blue-haired lesbian?
What?
Yeah. I thought about that and I was like, wow, that's really sad and funny at the same time. I am horrified.
You know what's really crazy about that stuff? That bring up another thing that I wanted to say is, you know how a lot of the LGBTQ community, God bless them, does the
chickens for KFC,
the Palestine protests,
chickens for KFC.
Yeah, pretty much.
There was actually a can't remember what country it was in, but it was an English-speaking country, and there was a pro-Palestinian protest, and an Arabic woman or a Muslim woman actually walks up to the LGBTQ community that is supporting them and just starts telling them they should be unalive, they're disgusting people, they don't want their support. And it's like, wow, he said, like, I support your people. And she goes, I don't think you should exist. You should be unalive. And he's like, but I support you. It's like, she don't care. She doesn't care, dude.
Exactly. Peaceful religion.
Yeah. Yes, Bunny, what's up?
One in the
Can you
morning,
please
I'll
talk
work
about the people who made the fake hostage posters? Wait, what? Talk about the people who made fake hostage posters.
What?
Which thing are you talking about? I'm actually confused. All right. Maybe I'll make a video on it, but I have to head out now. Thank you everyone for coming in. I should be live again in like 3 days. Other than that, I might be on other people's live. I don't know. I'm gonna be doing a couple of video recordings after this. So thank you for coming along. Yeah, Deadly Buddy, DM it to me and I'll take a look at it. Everyone have a good night. Thank you. Follow if you aren't. Go ahead and check out the videos. I've got some good pinned videos on my profile that give an explanation on like Ukrainian war and stuff. Thank you and have a good night.
Thank you for inviting me, Sam.
Yep, no problem. Bye-bye. Okay, bye-bye to everyone in the Twitch, YouTube, and Twitter chat. But yes, Thor, I literally worked with Civdiv. The man is fucking awful at answering his